it can be to the point where it almost just feels like unnatural or something, like contrived. That's what I'm looking for. We'll see. Maribel seems like a fucking comically evil character now, and we do not have a great rapport with her. Like I never saw the heart in Maribel. She always seemed kind of just like a eccentric, almost unlikable character. Like Croy, I can kind of see it. I mean, see, he got like tricked and shit, so it's like, you know, he's got a bit more of like a complicated thing going on. Like, obviously, he's like evil, but he's also like, you know, kind of. I mean, he's doing it for lineage and he's doing evil things, but he's also kind of right in some ways. And maybe, you know, he was gonna do something for Crossbell. And it's like he's kind of got a mix. So it's kind of like a Richard thing. But you know. Yeah, that's another one of my things. Like they reuse a lot of stuff. Like Croy feels like a crossbelt Richard, and then like Grimm and McLean and all them, and Joe Uwackwim or whatever. They're pretty much just Chat Angle. And I mean, it's like I don't want to be an asshole about it. Like, it's fine to have characters that seem friendly end up being not friendly. I think that's fine, right? But I think it depends on how beat for beat they end up being. They like that. They really like that. They like the guy that looks really friendly who ends up being the bad guy. Almost every story. Did Richard seem like a good guy for a while, or did they just unveil him to be a bad guy at some point? I don't remember. It's been a while. I don't think it was on the same level as as the Anguis guy. And the problem with how that hurts a mystery like this is, like, you know, if there's patterns, you're gonna start running into them a little bit. I mean, I didn't know for a long time. I joked about all those characters. They were definitely the most like possible, but I wasn't so sold on any of them. I think Maribel I got pretty sold on after the Kea thing. I think they kind of tipped their hand there, but that's also when things start kind of, yeah, that's the little kernel. But we didn't know for sure. Like Grimm, I was like, he was like, it could very well be Grimwood. I mean, he's got like, you know, some, you know, he's got like the locked door, and Croy, you know, has lots of motives and stuff. And so, like, I think they hit it well enough. But it does end up being, yeah, like the same thing. I mean, Grimm, you figure it out pretty much after. As soon as they start talking about bigger puppet masters, we're like, oh, well, that's the only person left. Really makes any sense. So. No, it's not about how dense and hard it is to solve the mystery. It's more the reusing of plot beats. Especially when the rest of the story and everything they're doing is not like that. Like all the political powers and all this other stuff going on, it's all really fresh and exciting. And yeah, the finales kind of end up like hitting a lot of the same bits. I mean, it's all about execution, right? I mean, the Joaquin part worked because of just the atmosphere of like Crossbell and how the mystery kind of slow built for such a long time and what the drugs are about, and they pretty much finish it right when it's, you know, they hit that head, right? So it's fine. This one, I mean, it hits the head and then it goes for another 20 hours. I think they spent a lot of time with Kea in this, but I think they spent more with her in Zero. I don't think she ended up being as endearing in this one for as long as she needs to be, considering her being like the entire motivator to get them to do stuff. She's still fine in this. I don't think she's bad, but I do think she was a little The problem with having your character, I feel like, be their strongest, like 70 hours ago or more, like at this point, like 90 to 100 hours ago, is like that. Those strengths don't carry as hard by the end because it's been a while. So her being like the motivator, I get it. They are banking off of that development, and I still think it's fine, but I do wish they would have maybe had a few like bigger moments with Kea before she leaves. A lot of the big moments with Kea are still kind of like mystery origin stuff, like in the theme park. I don't know, they still reinforce their relationship plenty, but I think maybe a little bit more. Just a little bit more. I'm not quite as there with them right now. I mean, obviously I am, because Kay is still just in general endearing. I like her, but like, it is like the main motivator. They barely even mention Crossbell for most of this finale. It's like KO. Like, I wish I was a little bit more there with them. Anyways, let's see what's going on here. Because I like the family aspect. I think that's a really cool way of mixing it up. We're not mixing it up. I mean, Renee is kind of the family aspect with Joshua and Estelle as well. But I like the idea of this group of people taking in like a kid. I think that's a cool thing. I like how you see Grim with the gun, dude.
Yeah, それだけじゃ過去の出来事みてえなのも紛れ込んでるみたい。現実世界の崖時空を超えて連関してゆく因果。ありえないとはいいゼロの資本。その完成形としての青の大使。
Super Skype call. Is that a possible ending or something?
なんだ
今のは太陽のいえエステルそれ
なんだどうやら僕たちにはああおぼろげながら
I think the most interesting thing with Kea right now is the lore implications and stuff. The greater plot, right, of all of the Trails games. The Subterranean shit and the advanced civilizations and how much of it's divinity and how much of it's probably technology and that kind of stuff. We'll see how much they leave a mystery, of course. I'm sure most of it's going to be mysterious. Sure they'll explain at least this particular thing in a bit more detail. I mean, they saved it all for the end. I don't know why I'm juicing there. That's a cool visual though. Welcome to Riven. Just hanging out.
Kitaka.
There it is, man.
世界の最果てにして全
Laughing,
ての因果率の中
laughing
心
evilly.
ロイド、エリー、ティオ、ランディ、ワジン、ダドリーまで。
Ozzy and Dudley too.
よかった。
無事でしたか。
The afterthoughts.
キモ、大丈夫なのか。
もう心配ばかりかけて。
ごめんね。キーやロイドたちにずっと話せなかったことがあって、黙っていて隠していてごめんなさい。
謝らないでいい。負い目に感じる必要も。
あなたが無事でいてくれるだけ。
それに子供なんて多かれ少なかれ。
そんな当たり前のことすら利用して。ベル、イアン先生。
なあ、その通りだ。
怖いですわね。
You said kawaii desu ne, right? I don't think that. Like I said, I don't know Japanese. I could be totally off. I might be hearing it wrong. But I feel like I'm hearing like 2 words and then I get like a whole sentence in the localization, right?
ですが私たちは最大限にキーヤさんの意思を尊重しています。
I don't know. It's like when you see a localization get fucked, sometimes you just assume like most odd things after that are like some localization problem, like because you can't know unless you speak the language. It's like once the foundation crumbles, man, you can't tell anymore.
そうですわよね、キーヤさん。
I mean, obviously when it's just playing and they're delivering this information, it's whatever, but yeah. The more flavorful kind of dialogue, their dialogue is a little bit questionable.
やれやれ、大したつら。
とにかくまずは戻ってじっくり話。
そうですね。みんなありがとう。でもキーヤ、ここを動くことはだから。
キーヤちゃん、
何かあるんだな。
それは
キーヤさん、あなたがこんなことをしているのは
なんだと。
かつての幻の手法と違い、ゼロの手法であるキーヤさんには因果と認識に干渉する幻の力と時空間に世界を紡ぐ力を。
世界を紡ぐ力。
Tell her, can you? Yeah. Yeah, she just says it anyways. Maribel's so fucking goofy, man.
また尋常じゃないこ
Just
とが飛
giddy
び出して
to
き
be evil.
どういうことだ。それこそ青きゼロの計画の世界を紡ぐ、すなわち
はあ。
世界の事象のすべてが持つ、それは過去と現在。さすがティップ。そう動力ネットにおいて最上位の管理者の
争いを生み出す現実そのものを改変し、例えば帝国と共和国にクロスベルがその2国の上位にある。バカ。
それはエイドスにすら。
おいおい、いくらなんでも。
さすがにあなたたちだって一度。
え？
まさか
数ヶ月前。
私を見つけて。
どうやらロイドさんはすでに一度ごく小規模であなた方が暴走したヨアヒムに。
マジ。
最初の時ロイドたちは
The
エステル
timeline.
たちやレンってことそんなに仲良くならなく、それが原因で4人。
それを知ったキーヤさんは司法としての力を暴走させて
I'd like to think they wouldn't actually get into like timelines in any kind of big way throughout the series. No, I would like to think no, man. That's we really don't need to get into any kind of meta. Like having it relate to like this super, you know, this higher power magic kind of stuff is one thing, but having it be an active participant and like more than just a small finale of one of these stories would be like, yeah. Okay. I don't think I'd like to think, especially with the strengths of the series being its world and its consistency, that they would be like, well, here's timelines and multiverse. Like, I don't think so. I think it's fine.
あなた方が殲滅天使の問題を解決するという因果が導かれ、巡り巡ってリベールの遊撃士、そして本来あなた方が殺された場面。
そんなこと
だが
ですが、ゼロの司法のあなた方の悲劇を回避するなら、このキーヤさんの力を増幅し、基地葉脈を悲劇を回避できるどころか、先ほど先生がそれがこの
おいおい、シャレになってねえぞ。
Let me guess, Maribel just wants to save everyone. She's really nice. I don't think that's it. Where does she get control of Kaya?
そうか。オリジナルの始まりの地と同じ。
The primal ground. What's that? What's the primal ground?
素敵でしょ。こんな素敵なものがあれば。
Ozzy, what kind of lore are you revealing to us, brother? I don't remember the primal ground. So what is Maribel's plan here? Is she gonna like... Is she gonna like, you know, put the chains on Kaya? Their entire plan revolves around making sure Kaya is like... feeling good, man. They've already tried killing our team like 5 different times in this very place. Yeah, I think Maribel is a little much in this. Her goofy ass outfit, the cackling laughter. I mean, we'll see where they go with it. Obviously, she's like dead set on the alchemy side of things, but yeah. I think they build her up too quick to be evil. Like I said, I think if she, like, this was the first time she had the full set on, and they played into her getting, like, way too dedicated to being a maniacal alchemist would be one thing, and then she just kind of gets fucked over, and Grimm's, like, the real dude, that would be fine, right? But Maribel's so just 180, it just comes across as kind of, like, goofy for, like, the last 20 hours when you see her. But whatever. Not that big a deal. We'll see what they do with it. That's the important thing. Is that what she wants? She's wearing this Dracula outfit. Does she want world peace? The glasses, dude. I am evil now. My glasses are on.
人間の歴史はあらゆるリスクにどう対処するかの歴史でもある。そしてキーヤ君はそれを制御できる素晴らしい力を持つ。それは否定の
その結果、キーヤはそんなかつての幻の司法はやがて心を病み、自らを消す。あなた方は本当に一人の女の子。ロ
イド、それは。
What is Kaya's fucking thing now, man? My thing is like, what is Kaya going on? What is going on with her right now, right? Like, I get that she wants to make sure they're safe and all that, but I mean, literally, like, they've been like on the brink of getting killed like multiple times. Who is she saving anymore, dude? Is she making small adjustments to make sure they'd win their last few fights? I mean, she just know they're gonna win. What's the plan here then? She needs to stay in the tree. Is she just gonna be okay with Maribel and them killing them? I mean, I don't get it. I don't see any situation where this ends well for Kea unless she just stops. Maybe she will try to stop, and Maribel's gonna whip out the fucking the red thorns or some shit.
キーヤさんに世界改変の責任をすべて押し付けるのではなく。
Yeah, she's definitely gonna convince them. Never intention to have Kea bear that burden of free shit reality all about her lonesome. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Is like, are they gonna like take over the power themselves? Because the thing is, right now with the characterization of Kea, I just don't get how this in her mind. I mean, I get she's a child, so like whatever, but like how this in any way is like going like the way she wants, right? Like, I guess if our team just left, it would be fine. Because then she could just do whatever, and I mean, she could be really naive and think that Maribel and Grimwood wouldn't want to like use her to do evil things, right? But like, she knows they're probably gonna stay. So what's the plan then? She gonna be able to just like whisk them away, maybe? Like, like their lives are all on the line right now, right? Like what's the plan here? I don't think I think they're gonna try to avoid that by having something else happen here. Like Maribel's gonna take over the power, like hold her down or something. We'll see. The right direction. Their direction.
民主主義的なプロセスを。
民主主義の弊害はともすれば州具政治に陥り、大切なことを迅速に決めるクロスベルに限らず、どこにでも。それに私とて自らの知見だけをキーヤ君に提示するつもりはない。マクダエル議長のような有識者にも、いずれディーター君もまたマネジメントという、そして新たな時代を開くためには君たち若者の意見も必要。そして君たちならば、ここにたどり着いた君たちならば、これからの時代どうかね。この提案は。
そんなこと。
Good. I mean, at least they try to make him sound reasonable. It's really funny though next to Maribel, who's extremely unreasonable, goofy feeling. Like you could almost say, you know, maybe he's right. But I mean, obviously the context not gonna work out for them. The guy's obviously done too many evil deeds for our guys to agree with that, but you know, at least he's kinda getting there, right?
変に説得力。
イアン先生、結局先生はあらゆるものには尊厳がある。人にも社会にも歴史に間違っていたり悲劇を生み出す、それをなかったことにするのは関わった人たち。例えば悲劇から立ち直ることで本当は
ロイド。
確かに人は正しいことのみを取れる。
Keep your fucking Loidos to yourself. Lily actually has something to say.
だがその過ちをなかったことにしていては成長することもできない。
共に学び、力を合わせ。
確かに。
What was another story we played recently that was like this? Where you could eliminate all of the world's troubles, possibly, but they have to make some kind of reason why we need those troubles or something. I mean, it's in a lot of stuff. I mean, obviously, yeah, it's like a, yeah, Persona 5 is probably one. I'm like, obviously, like, you know, you gotta have the bad and the good and all that to a certain extent, otherwise it's like, it's not even the human condition anymore. But like, There was one we played where it was like, it seemed like it was like clearly the right choice, but the main character's like, no, I want my family dead because that's important to me. That's so really goofy. I can't remember. This just reminds me. I wish I could remember. There's no point in even talking about it, but I can't think of it. This, they're trying to make a better case, though. It was more the execution and whatever I was thinking of. I mean, I want to erase the world's woes is like, I mean, that's like fucking, you know, empathetic bad guy 101, I guess. You know, it's probably a bunch of shit I'm thinking of.
ロイド。
キーヤ、俺たちと一緒にもうこれ以上俺たちのために前に俺たちが辛くて苦しくてごめんなキーヤ。俺たちが不甲斐ないせいで。
そんなことない。あれはキーヤが勝手だからロイドが
だったらキーヤ、どうしてずっとキーヤも気づいているんだろ。俺たちの死を悲しむあまり、それがやっぱりずる。
キーヤ。
死んじまう結末が良かったと。それでも反則は。
イアン先生、それについては政治も同じだと思います。時には王道でなく邪道が必要になる時もですが、邪道を前提とするのは
エリー君。
キーヤちゃんという個人のそれはもはや政治ではなく困難な状況をしかるべき手続きと対話のそれが真の政治だ。多分キーヤの力がなければクロスベルが深刻な危機に直面する可能性は。
Yeah, I think if you're gonna argue against Kea, relax. I think if you're gonna argue against Kea governing everything in the world, it would be that, you know, it could be too easily corrupted. You have no way to know that what your decisions you're making are right. You know, it's not bulletproof, right? It's not like there's this fabric of space-time that's like inherently like going to ensure there's like some kind of justice in all things or something, right? It's still like up to like just a couple people, so. And I think that's like way too spooky of a thing, and I think that's probably where they should argue it. And I guess they're kind of doing that a bit. I guess they're getting a bit more sentimental about it, but I would say just the rational would be like, this is not a good idea. Not to mention the shit they've done to get here.
大陸全土の混乱、経済危機、そして帝国は内戦が。
I think that was another thing that was really good about some of the pre-finale and like maybe the beginning of the finale stuff, is they kind of wove a pretty solid story in that like you could kind of see it from both sides. You're like, well, should we be kind of helping? It's like yes, because they've got Kea and all that, and you know they're kind of taking extreme measures and sort of breaking the law and stuff, but I'm like, they are in a pickle with the rest of the world, and the only reason they're not still kind of in that pickle is the rest of the world's at war now. So I think they did a good job of like almost making like, that's kind of why you weren't for sure on whether the bad guy was the bad guy or not, because you could kind of like see it like, yeah, this might be the way to do it, but like it's not 100% like just raw like a good thing, right? Obviously that's kind of disappeared, but just I guess it reminds me of what's going on here a little bit. This isn't like that exactly, but how relatable the bad guys or their motivations are, and the context of what's going on. Right now they're like, oh, there's a civil war, so we don't have to worry about it.
それでも俺たちはキーヤに全てを押し付けるのが与えられるだけの奇跡に頼ったら俺たち自身が成長できないから。
Yeah, that's true too. See, they could have had Wazi's story actually be a thing, right? And in it, and not a bonding event, and wove that into this a little bit. You know, that thing where people, instead of trying to better their own situation, always rely on like, you know, some kind of divinity or somebody else to get them out of it if they can just do it easily, right? And the kind of Wazi's story was about him being this kind of like divine child thing, right? And that was kind of like the people's crutch a little bit. Like they could have made that kind of story and then had that kind of parallel here, but that's like a hidden bonding event, so it's like whatever.
だから苦しくても
ロイド
ここまでか。自分では支援のつもりではないと思う。やはりどこか欺瞞がまるでガイ君に諭されているような気分だったよ。
Is Maribel just gonna kill him? That would be cool. Grimwood's the guy, they redeem him, but Maribel's just so comically evil. She just kills him and then uses her cleavage magic here to take control.
先生
Or is he gonna go through anyways? It's I'm too far gone. We're too deep. I have to do it. The talk no jutsu.
すまない。君に言えた義理ではなかったな。キーヤ君、いろいろと惑わせてすまなかった。
Well, Maribel's not gonna be like, oh, you're right, and then we just leave, right?
君は君自身の判断。君にはもうそれができ。
先生
Is this where she reveals she has the power to control chaos somehow?
そしてマリアベル君、どうやら私の出番は。
構いませんわ。
God, her outfit is so goofy. They really needed to save this till the end. It's fine now. Like you show her getting just more and more obsessed with like her lineage, and she's almost just crazy. She's even got like an outfit. Like they show it so early, man, that she just turns into a joke by the end of this. Yeah, I would say that too. He was deep, dude, and he was planning all of this for way more years than almost anybody here was a part of it. I mean, you could say maybe he was touched by them over the course of the games. I mean, he did seem reasonable and stuff. But damn, man, at the 11th hour here, yeah, this talk. I mean, the thing is, if he was this rational of a mind, he wouldn't be here in the first place, brother. I feel like... I mean, it's fine, because at least they didn't just, like, have him just say, well, I'm too far gone, but, yeah, it's like... Yeah, there's something about it that's a little odd. I mean, I overall, I'm fine with it, but I'm waiting for him to get attacked by Maribel right now.
もともと先生には計画の総合的なプランニングをお願いしていただけですから、今までお疲れ様でした。
Yeah, of course. Whoa. Okay. I don't know. Like, this is my thing. It's like, would it feel different right now if we didn't just have 4 or 5 characters get redeemed for doing bad things? Obviously, they could sell it a little better with Grimwood. Like, I mean, you hadn't really even talked to him until now, or since the beginning of the finale and stuff. Like, maybe you could start working him a little bit here and there. I mean, you talked to him in the Skype call, but maybe like a few times, right, to build in, to kind of lay the groundwork for him here. I guess it'd be fine, but I guess I don't really have a big problem with the Grimwood thing. Obviously, it could be a little stronger, but it feels like it was just like a, we need somebody to get redeemed, to not make it super generic. But it still has to have a final boss, so here's Maribel. I don't know. I feel about, I guess I don't feel super negative, but I don't really feel like much of anything crazy. think they were trying to surprise us maybe by not just having him be the obvious bad guy at the end, even though he was the reveal. And I could respect the novelty there, but like... He's standing next to the Dracula's wife, man, you know? Yeah, you kind of already know what's gonna happen. Wow. KO. You didn't see this one coming, huh?
使えない道具を処分したというだけ、その意味では、キーヤさん。
And there's the control, dude.
キーヤ！
おい、うちの子に何しやがる。
これ以上迷うのなら、もともと黒い助の秘術によってどのように扱おうが。
ふざけるな。
ベル、言っていいことと悪いことがあるわよ。撤回してもらいます。いいでしょう。私はマリア・ベル・クロイス。エイドスを超える司法を求め、全てを犠牲にしてきた一族の末裔。その1000年の猛襲の重みと、あなた方の1年にも満たぬ絆のどちらが果たして強いのか。互いに視力を尽くして比べてみるとしましょうか。
望むところだ。
This doesn't feel like the last
手加減は
boss.
しないわ。
最高位のマギウスと似て全力で制圧する。
Well, there's probably gonna be another downward phase, of course, but
ようこそ。
don't know how deep it'll
私の
go.
せいかけません。
私の番です。
Alright, she's like a mile away. Can he hit all of them? No.
はい。 お返しです。任せて。
Should have saved it. She's gonna move everybody around anyways. I didn't save up my burst.
おいでなさい。
We're not even gonna get to see it now.
住人たちよ。
行くぞ。任せてくれ。
あら、結構。こんなのはどうかしら。
私の番です。ドライブ開始。やあ。行きます。
I definitely got one more phase coming.
さて、あら、大変ですね。さて、頃合いかしら。
行くぜ。
あら、
俺の番だ。
大変ですね。
行きます。はい。
Oh, this goes stage wide, man. Oh, I could have saved that. That's okay.
さてと。
任せてくれ。
She's getting a crit.
さあ楽しみに来てください。
Next turn.
運がいいですね。
The theme parker. Now we're gonna have to like fight Kaya herself or some shit. I'd be surprised if this was the final boss. Like I said, she might nose this up. Should make more sense. Everybody's standing 20 miles away here. Not being grouped up is our greatest weakness. She has a crit here.
Yeah.
おいでなさい。混沌のですよ。
俺の番だな。
Is he just locked in over there? I mean, I can't move past this thing at all, man.
俺の番だな。不甲斐ない。行くぜ。行くぜ。始めるとするか。
今だ。任せて。
I just didn't go in with burst. I mean, none of the bosses before this have done a single hit to me. It's more that I'm separate right now, and I'm trying to move them closer for no reason. I think the fight would be easier because you can spam arts. Like if I just sit here and spam this, we'd probably be done. I'm trying to hold back though. I don't want to use all my shit. Because I know there's another phase. There's gotta be. The melee art is useless right now. Except Randy. He could just get by with a heal. I don't even know if I should. Oh, now I get over there. I don't think we really have to worry about the bats. I mean, I've been feeling pretty broken myself. Invincibility spam with Randy, Berserker spam has been really good, but she's lower in speed. And I didn't have burst. That's the big thing. It's because usually I use the burst phase to inspiration and get like a little bit extra CP up. But now I'm just gonna have to spend some time doing it.
大変ですよ。
任せろ。
Can I heal here? Take my time. I'm gonna save up some CP. I mean, I could just use items at this point, but I don't know how many fights we're gonna have left. I'm willing to use like an EP item for her. Like a hydro cannon for fun.
ドライブ開始。やあ、行きます。
I don't know if they're gonna full heal me after this, but I'll use this just in case.
任せろ。
Save up Randy's here.
シャミステル。いい子たちね。
よし。
おいでなさい。本当の住
So I
人たち
literally
よ。
don't think she's gonna do a thing.
おっしゃ。
はい。
I guess I could do a little bit more.
エニグマ。
よし。
I'm just trying to get some CP back
はい。
for phase 2. Oh, that doesn't do literally anything.
おいでなさい。混沌の住人たちよ。
返しよ。ええ。そこ。
行くぜ。
ありがとう。
行きます。
行くぞ。
Need a little bit more on Randy. Hopefully you can get in Smacker here.
私の番ね。
She's not hitting, so
私の番ね。
I'm not being so cheap with items, but
よし。
I can might as well.
さて。へい。
俺の番だ。
こんなのはどうかしら。いや、そんなありえません。
She gonna demonize? Oh, we get all of our shit back because we leveled up anyways. But the CP is what matters. Because having a strong opening is pretty good with this setup. We don't have burst. See, that's the thing I don't like about burst, is if you don't prep it before the fight, for a boss fight, you just don't get to use it. Which kind of sucks a little bit. Even CP is not as lame as that, right? Because you just don't auto attack that much. Like this one, I auto attacked way more than I usually do, but I still didn't get burst.
キア、大丈夫か。
2 phases. I might not get burst on the next phase, unless there's more phases.
よかった。
やれやれだぜ。
We'll see though.
なるほど。さすがアリオスさんたちをベル。もうこれ以上。私のあなたの頼みならばと知っているでしょう。私が何を。ところでキアス、あのことをロイドさんたちは知ってちょうどいいですわ。ここで彼らにも教え。
ペル、お願い。
つうかお嬢さん、うちのキーボーをあんまいじめんじゃ。
あなた方は本当
Why don't they just beat her up?
キーヤさんは黒イスケが教団に託した教団が犠牲にしたあまたの魂をつなぎ合う。
今さらそれが、そんなのはとっくにサイド。
キーヤがキーヤとそれ以上に大切な。
キロイドさんたちの、いえ、あなたの力。あなた方は不思議に思わなかったのかしら。多分出会ったばかりの頃からそれはなぜだと思います。 あの弱姫はもちろんマフィアや魔獣です。誰とでもすぐに仲良くなり無条件で愛されてしまう女のその異常さを誰一人として疑問に思わなかったのではなくて。
違うの。
いいえ、違いません。あなたには無意識のうちに周りの人間の心と誰もがあなたを愛し守るよう因果と認識を操作してしまう力がまがいものの存在にまがいものの愛というわけですわね。
The big man.
この神器は
青い
Jesus.
これぞゼロの司法と青の大樹が完全に一体化した。
Is Maribel gonna get smacked? Nah, they wouldn't have kill anybody, even if it was a big evil thing. Is Maribel just gonna hang out here though? She feels like she's gonna get smacked, but I don't know on trails, so she'll get smacked and live.
青のデミウルゴスですわ。
そんなごたく知ったことか。全てはキーヤあの子を取り戻してか。
おう、難しい話なんてのはそれからでも遅くは。
巨大な霊視体の権限を確認。中枢のコア部分にキーヤがいます。
Yeah.
なんとしてもあそこからキーヤちゃんを解放しないと。
Well, at least she didn't turn into
こ
it.
れが最後の戦い
That's
だ。
convenient.
全身全霊俺たちの全てをあの青き存在にぶつける
This
ぞ。
looks like it could be the final battle. Okay, we all gotta stand together this time. Damn, dude. I don't wanna deal with these guys.
行くぞ。
Some nice music.
私の番です。
Guess we could buff. I can't really use any of her attacks right now.
エニグマクロ。
行くぜ。ほらよ。
砕け散れ。
おっしゃ。ほらよ。
What did he just do?
エンシステム
行くぜ。
解放します。位相空間絶対衝撃個別展開。フィールド。
任せろ。
行くぞ。
往生しろよ。
行くぞ。行くぞ。これが俺の全力だ。メテオブレイカー。
I think I could use my items now too. I so choose. I must have another phase coming. Because the ogre man had more health than this.
手こずってるかい？
チャンスだ。よし、畳みかけるぞ。
オッケーです。
入った。
Something like that, yeah.
俺の番だな。
私の番です。
Keep a little CP in the tank.
ドライブ開始。私の番ね。
I can just do it. Top of the morning to you.
みんな頑張って。ありがとうございました。それ。
行くぜ。サイズ任せろ。
We're going back.
私の番です。エニグマ駆動。や
行くぞ。みんな、一気に行くぞ。
任せて。行くわよ。食らいなさい。
俺の番だ。
エニグマ駆動。それ。
サイズ行くぜ。行くぜ。
The full fight restarted.
任せてくれ。
Ooh, could use the zero. What other CP stuff do we got in here? That didn't work out.
今だわ。ありがとうございました。はい。
Could do that. I've not really used many of the runes. More subspace.
任せてくれ。はあ、それ。
俺の番だ。
I try to get my burst. Must be didn't need Lloyd to heal there. I'm jamming.
私の番です。エニグマ鼓動。
任せろ。
Did he live through this? How much of his health does he have? See, this is my thing, is I don't know how much he has. Yeah, the music's good. I guess he could heal himself and then do it. What would I rather do on her? Finally, we're a burst. I can actually use it though. Falcon's always good.
行くぞ。
行きます。それ。私の番ね。
サンチここだ。よっしゃ一気にボコるぞ。あ
分かったわ。OK です。
っと
俺の番だな。やっでや。
行きます。
Don't I have some kind of... Oh, that's just for a single person. Do I have some kind of restore everything ever? Sure, probably somewhere. Why is this all capitalized and this one isn't? Nice. I thought it was to imply maybe like one was gonna hit every teammate and one wasn't. Hey, nobody said it was the best localization. Man, wiping all my buffs. Oh, I'm sure, yeah. I don't have any of my buffs right now. I wonder. Where's Dudley with the buffs, man? My man with the 10% HP heal lock. Now we're talking. Where's Dudley? How about that buff, Dudley? Don't do a damage attack. I should have turned off that co-op thing he does. Motherfucker about to get the 10% again. Adjust the turns, man. Oh damn it, Dudley. We don't want crack shot, my dude. It's actually really bad. Stores 50 CP. Perhaps do more damage. I haven't used these Masters Angler at all. Guess I need to just like insta kills you or something. It's probably just equally weak to everything. It's fine, I'm not really using her as much.
よし やってや
And all we got here, I haven't looked at these in forever either. Oh man, forgot how good this one is. 75%. Have any that bring back strength? Crit coming up, but he's probably just gonna like wipe my buffs. I'm gonna fuck with it. Yeah. I think I'm buffing too much, man. He just wipes him. This makes it take longer. Oh. The big one. Looking cool, man. Super arm. That's not the arm. That's the gun, dude. The arm gun. No. Anybody not have a shield right now? I'm not actually sure. Maybe one person. Hopefully Randy. Oh, I might have just went through all the shields. That works too, man. I don't want to waste this crit, even if I don't have 200, and I think I still have buffs. Man, the upgrade to his self buff is so good though. It was so bad, it's so nerfed from the last game, now it's like better. Oh, there's the vanish. But does he come back? Oh, crap. Should I actually start using the Zerum capsules I've been holding on to forever? Probably. I might be able to kill him on that crit turn if I prep up some buffs, man. I have any buffs. I probably gave it away to the Jesus statue. I'm gonna be fine with that. It is. Be nice to just get it all right here. My guy Dudley, man, he comes in once and he shoots his gun instead. I can't blame him. I don't want to shoot my gun too, but. I don't think we need to go for a full impassion though. Maybe it's fine without the double buffs. What's she cooking with, man? Rust takes too long. I like how Crest and Aqua Mirage are quick enough, but the other one isn't. Actually. Could use one of these. But I feel like he's just gonna suck them up at the end. We'll just prep a spell or something. I don't think it's worth thinking that hard about. Works. Watch the whole thing run out. Yeah, probably one more strength buff would be fine. Yeah, Lloyd's back. Welcome home, honey. This could be time to use it. This feels like the last phase. For sure this time. Could have Lloyd finish him. Imagine that. Let's do that, dude. That could be kind of cool. A little Lloyd self buff here. Saving up for the big one. The miss. Nice miss. It's kind of hard to miss that, Randy. We won't do it with Lloyd. We'll save Lloyd just in case. He still needed the buff anyways. The core. Aye, me pieces, me Legos. Well, I'm glad she's just totally fine, man. It would be a shame if there was repercussions for changing into a tree and then changing into a big dude and then changing into a black hole now. That's well. Meanwhile, Maribel's still there, dude. He's like, golly gee. Drat it all. Yeah, I'm sure that was clean organization.
まさかそれは
自らの存在の因果を
Lloyd's like, fuck it. This little PSP sprag and I can run in there, man. Lloyd's will. Music's still popping. Some East shit, man. Lloyd banished into the gap between dimensions, man. The Columboverse.
Koko wa みんなはキーヤはどこに行ったんだどう考えても普通の場所じゃなさそうだ
Are we gonna meet the other
むやみに動き回るわけにもいかなさそうだけどどうしてだろうこんなに何もない場所なのになぜか不安や恐れ一体この場所は
Wait for him to talk to his brother or something.
どんな状況でも慌てずに踏みとどまって現場の把握に努める
That guy Bannings.
だいぶ捜査官として板についてきたじゃないか
Whoa. Guys.
おなんだどうしたロイド久しぶりの再会に口も聞けないくらい驚いたのか
兄貴なのか
It says Aniki and then it says guy. Yeah, maybe it's some weird thing they didn't fix for this, along with the other 1,000 things. That's happened before where there was sprites standing around that shouldn't be. There was one other spot where I think Lloyd was just like standing there. Or Wazzy was or some shit. And then he just wasn't supposed to be visible.
兄貴だなんてカッコつけてんじゃねえっての前みたいに兄ちゃんって呼べばいいだろうが2人しかいないんだから遠慮なく甘えていいんだぜ
放っておいてくれよでもその減らず口間違いなく兄貴みたいだな夢でもないみたいだし一体どういうことなんだ
ああどうやらここはあの子の内面の一部らしいなあらゆる可能性を内包しつつ世界を再構成できるゼロの世界どうやらそんな場所らしい
Why are you here, guy?
ゼロの世界兄ちゃんが兄貴が現れている
I
の
guess because it's everything.
関係が
So
ある
of
のか
course, guys here.
ああ
There's a million Richards here.
おそらくあの子は過去の時空間に干渉そしてお前やセシルアリオスやティオたちのためにも
兄貴を読み
まあ正確には今の世界を俺が死ななかったどうだロイドお兄様が戻ってきたら嬉しいか
そんなの嬉しいに。でも
俺が死んだ後の時間を、そこで頑張ってきた人々の努力を、当然そうなるだろうな。
Yeah, we should just take it all back, including Lloyd and all of them living. We should just... Joaquin should have won, dude. The original timeline.
特務支援課だったか。俺も参加して、お前らと一緒にいろんな事件を解決している世界もありえ、それは今のお前らの世界じゃない。
はあ、本当にそんな世界があったらどんなに楽しくて、それでも僕は。
ああ、それでいい。お前がそう言えるようになったのを俺は誇りに思うぜ。本当にあの甘えん坊がよくここまででかくなったもんだ。
兄ちゃんなんかに甘えた記憶はないっての。セシル姉にならともかく。
そうだったな。セシルも自分のために歩き始めてもいい頃合い。なんだったらお前思い切ってアタックしてみたらどうだ？
Hey, bud, why don't you fuck my wife? Based guy, man.
天然ボケだからなかなか気づいてくれなさそうだけどな。
うるさい。セシル姉をバカにするな。兄ちゃんなんかにはもったいない最高の女性なんだからな。
違いない。まあお前も自分の相手はちゃんと見つけておけよ。野郎同士でつるむのが楽しいってのもわかるけどよ。
あ、ワジの子。
ミステリアスなやつだが信頼はで、真面目なお前とも逆に合ってるみてえだし、これも何かの縁ってやつか？
ああ、俺もそう思う。
Is that supposed to be because of the bonding event? That he says learn some shit from Wazzy? He doesn't know, dude. He doesn't know we're gonna fuck Wazzy. Learn something.
できれば兄貴にも
Do more than
マ
that,
ジに
buddy.
会ってほしかった。エリーやランディ、それに
Yeah,
もちろん
those other guys
ティオに
too.
も。
Ellie, Randy, and Tio, sure.
ティオか。
That's a match made in
い
heaven.
ろいろあったみてえだが、いい子に育ってくれて何よりだぜ。
Mr. Hemisphere himself.
エリーってのは才色兼備で行動力もあるお嬢。ランディってのもバカっぽくてなかなかいい仲間に恵まれたみたいだな。
ああ、最高の仲間たちさ。兄貴、そろそろ行くよ。大切なものを取り戻してみんなのところにまたいつ。
ああ、もちろんだ。俺はお前たちの近くにいる。泣きたくなったら、甘えたくなったら。
でもどんなに苦しくても壁は乗り越えられるとみんながいて、その向こうにある。だから大丈夫。安心して見守っていてくれよな。
生意気言いやがって。今のお前ならあの子を本当の意味で見つけられるはずだ。殻の中に閉じこもったお姫様を見つけ出して。
ああ、さよなら兄貴。
そう、生きている限り大切なのは乗り越える意志と気晴れよ。ロイド・バリングス。
So is he just stuck there now? He's just sitting there forever? Fuck. Alright, yeah. I gotta take a piss. I'll save the you didn't mind control me. I wanted to like you. I promise. For a minute here. Back in like a minute. Well, that was a cool little bit with Guy, though. There's one thing that all of this timey-wimey mumbo-jumbo has done is that it gave him a little, like, personal Guy time. I mean, he's been following in his footsteps forever. Following his case and his death and all that. That was a good deal, for sure. Was good. Seem okay out here, though.
声が聞こえたからさ。
I wonder if she's gonna like keep her power. I feel like that'd be problematic for her. But Blade can just beat up anybody who's
いつだ
after
っ
her.
て俺はキーヤの声が聞こえていた。耳を澄ませてキーヤの心の声がどこにいる。
そっか。でもキーヤ、ロイドにそんな風にしてもらう資格なんてない。だってキーヤは。
キーヤ、生まれがどうであろうと。
違わないよ。キーヤは本物の人間じゃないし、心やそんな風に優しくしてもらえる、守ってもらえる資格なんてなかった。それなのにキーヤは。
No mistake. He is fine. I mean, this shit where it's like, alright, I don't have a soul. Like, oh, you're sitting here crying. I don't think anybody really cares where you came from. The result's pretty much the same, so that's kind of what they'll get into. He is fine, though. I like her best in the first game, but she's still good in this at times. Obviously, she's more of a plot device at this point, but we'll see where it goes.
なあ、キーヤ。キーヤが俺たちのところに来てから半年以上経って。
It was a lot of fun in Zero.
どれだけの幸せを俺たちにくれたと思う？
He's good when she's just around.
多分それはキーヤが感じたキーヤはさ、俺たちといて楽しくなかったか？
Hopefully it ends on them being like a family unit again. I always liked that dynamic.
楽しかった。すごく。でもそれはロイドたちがそう感じるように大切なみんなの心を。そんなのって。
So is she even doing it or not? No, she's not even doing it. I mean, okay.
こら、あのな、きっかけは俺たちには操られた実感もないし、それにそんな風にだったら別に操られたって構わないと思う。
I don't care. It's a good feel.
子猫や人間の赤ちゃんだって無条件に愛らしくて、キーヤのそうした力だって。そして俺たちの過ごした時間、俺と一緒に。
Yeah, really, he can draw upon like very specific examples and reasons on why he probably likes hanging out with her. I think it'd be a bit more problematic if he was like, "Look, man, I talked to you once and I want to save your life."
エリーと一緒に本を読んだり、みんなの洗濯物をティオと一緒に掃除をしたり、ミッシーの限定グッズを買ったこと、ランディと一緒に
Having a shot of whiskey with old Randy. His favorite memory.
課長と洗い物を
Drinking
し
with
たり、
Dad.
サイトたちと昼寝をしたこと。それが嘘。
それは嘘じゃないと思う。
だったらそれが俺たちにとってのそして この先どんな困難が迫ろうと、だからキーヤ一人で、それはキーヤも含めて、それが仲間で家族っていうものだろ。
Oh. Yeah, she scooted over a foot, man. Come on. Good guy Lloyd, man.
このまま抱っこするからちゃんと捕まっているんだぞ。
I don't mind this bit because she's just a kid. It makes sense he could kind of talk some sense and appeal to her here. Yeah, good guy Lloyd the gentleman. Where the hell are we going? Lloyd, where are you going? Oh, the black hole's this way. Okay. Have they really not executed Maribel yet? You gonna tell me Grimm's gonna live too, man? Somebody put some cuffs on this chick, dude. So is this tree gonna stay up? Or should we get the fuck out of here, man? Is Arya's gonna die? Stuck in his mind prison? I love that Maribel's just sitting there, dude.
ああ、もう大丈夫だ。ほらキーヤ、みんなに言う。
ごめんなさい。ずっと心配かけて、勝手なことば
I was
かり
hoping
して。
that was all she'd say, just I'm sorry. That would have been better.
それから来てくれて、アキーヤちゃん、お礼なんて必要ないです。
まあ帰ったらお尻ペンペンくらいは覚悟しろよ。
ああ、もう泣くことないだろ。やれやれ。
Kids, am I right? He just said yada yada or whatever. God, they really transformed the Wazzy and Randy dialogue, don't they? God damn, man. Stop it. Get some help, dude. Hope Cold Steel's not as fucked.
マリアベルさん。
まさか。
ベル、まだやるも何も。キーヤさん黒い助の1000年の猛襲とともに。
Wow, I really care.
本当に。
ベル、教団の悪夢も。
ええ。ですがこの先、さらなる最悪が特にエレボニアは、どちらの勢力が内戦に勝つそうなれば。カルバードも対抗して。
I mean, if Olivier gets his third option, then maybe not, man.
だろうな。
ですが、司法を失っ、それは分かっています。
それでも俺たちはキーヤと共に最悪という壁を共に乗り、だから。
はい。
だが、ここに来るまでだって。
警察も今まで以上に進化がと。
立場上、天霊賞による横やりもなくなりそうだし、教会
まあ、そういうことならば、せいぜい頑張る。
マリアベルさん。
ああ、イアン先生ですけど。
Oh, of course she did. Of course he's alive, dude. Nobody's dead. Everybody's redeemed. Maribel's like half redeemed.
きちんと処置すれば、 それと
No one dies in Trail starts here, dude. They already were doing it, man.
大樹もじきに消滅するでしょ
The only died in the fucking last game was Joachim, and they fucking were crying about it for half of this game, man. The first 3 games, man, it's like Estelle's distraught over like any possible death. I mean, I get it with Estelle, and I get it with these characters, but it is a little contrived how like there is almost no repercussions for anybody, man. It goes beyond just the characters want it and more like it's just the author just has to have these, you know. This is a mood dress. Yeah, it's a little contrived, man. I mean, I'm fine with the idea of course, empathetic bad guys or more gray bad guys, right? But like, everybody got some kind of redemption. Fucking Shirley got fucking a redemption story. Maribel, I guess, isn't redeemed here, but like, he's got her bittersweet smile, like everybody else had when they got beaten
持っ
up.
て数時間
あんた
どうして
今回の顛末がどうなっても
I hope we don't see her again, but I guess we're gonna see her
ウロ
again.
ボロスのマスター殿が欠けた人の代わりを務めるよう
Oh
望
yes, an Anguis. Yeah, the bittersweet smile. Yeah, I love how everybody's just like, it's okay, you changed. Or something. Like fucking, you know, the Red Ogre killed bazillion people or something. We're just gonna like smile.
む大陸がこうなってしまった以上いずれまた会う機会もあるでしょうそれまでの間とあなた方の悪あがきをねそれとお父様ですけど極刑は勘弁してあげてちょうだい
You did nothing wrong, dude. Like, my thing is, like, they're not trying to say she's, like, she's, like, morally getting away with it. But in the story, the events, she's getting away with it, right? They're not making an effort. She's got the bittersweet smile. He used to be our friend, blah, 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 kind of shit. John Falcom.
クロスベルの立て直し
Like I said
少しは
earlier,
役に立つでしょう
before all of this, it feels a little naive. I'm all for the paradise ending, but it has to feel kind of earned, right? I think everybody getting somewhat redeemed is not only repetitive, but like, come on, man. Garcia Rossi got redeemed, but he had a good like full redemption story, man. And he still is paying for his crimes and shit. Yeah, I'm trying to. It's not allowed. I'm trying to. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, she was as close to comically evil as you could get. They were definitely a big goal of the story in this was to make like all the bad guys empathetic except Joachim, and then he died. I don't know how Maribel's empathetic, other than we just knew her. I mean, she had barely any like depth. Yeah, they're like, Weiss, man, we had some good times, dude. You know, I'm just gonna put you in jail. It's cool, man. We had some good times, man. With this music too, right? I mean, one thing if she just like escaped. God, thing is, I don't like her character, man. As soon as she put on the Dracula outfit, it just turned into like Goofy time. Her voice actress is like, she like laughs every other word. I don't want to see her again.
ベル、最後まで勝手なんだから。
He just leaves, dude. Guess they gotta save some people for the next one. Yeah, I'm fine with her escaping. Like, whatever, dude. She's got her teleport magic. She just gets out of there. That nobody even makes an effort, and they all kind of just like, they don't feel super strong. They're just like, Belle, why would you do this? Okay, bye. Like, it feels a little. Was it milk and toast? Is that the word? They have a very kind of like weak reaction to her, just kind of like they almost are letting her get away with it, is how it feels, right? Like you could tell the writing, they're trying to make it so she's like kind of like redeemed or tragic. I don't even know, man. Some kind of empathy. Like, yeah, we knew her, dude. I mean, she turned into a fucking cackling, goofy, evil Looney Tunes character, man. And we never had a deep connection to her. Usually in the series, though, even if they get redeemed, they at least end up like in jail forever. Unless you have like a goofy, like a reason like Richard. And these kind of feel like a Richard type of thing, but. We'll see. It'd be really funny if they just actually got away with it. Surely they'll be in jail at least. Yeah, that's my thing. Is like they try to like swing you and just get caught in the moment. But when you think about everything they've done, dude, I mean, Jesus Christ, she was gonna rewrite causality, dude. That's just not attempted murder. That could be attempted genocide for all you know, dude. I mean, where's that on the law books, man? Rewriting space-time, dude. I mean, it's like, they didn't fully, like, 100% forgive her, obviously, but it feels that way, and that's kind of goofy, man. There's other characters that are like, I can never forgive you for what you've done, but, you know, we had some times and all that, but I didn't get that vibe from this one.
手分けをするとし。
それにしても最後までマリアベルさんはマリアベルさんでしたね。
She was very much herself until the end, wasn't she? Okay, now it's fucked. Now it's fucked, man. I can't bring myself to hold it against her. She's just so likable, dude. Alright, this is stupid as shit, man. It was one thing when they were like skirting with it. And they're like, you know, we had some times, and, you know, maybe they're tired, and they're, you know, just coming off of the whole chaos thing, so they're feeling okay. Yeah, Randy's like, you know, she was hot. She let me go in the beach episode. Yeah, with Croy, they like with Croy, you were like, okay, I kind of get it, right? He felt almost like he was in the right a little bit, right? It was more like a Richard thing, where it was like, you know, well, you know, he wants to use this power or whatever to, you know, put Crossbow on the map, maybe. Obviously, there's some evil stuff, but he's not as, you know, too caught up in that. But the means are really bad, so he's not a good guy, and that's kind of where they draw the line. It's like, you know, he felt like, but they were still hard on him, right? You know, he's still gonna go to jail, but they felt a little kind of something about him. You know, he had big moments where he gave them big speeches. He helped them out. He like was somebody they looked up to. It would make sense that they're a little conflicted, but they stick to their guns, and you know they arrest him. Maribel has like nothing, dude. You do some quests where you get her dolls for her. She like wants to grow Ellie's tits. Like, I mean, she doesn't have a whole lot like that, so to have the same reaction or like an even more soft reaction when she is like way more obviously evil than her dad was is like really goofy. I think they were trying to just kind of maybe have the ending feel a little more happy or something. But I don't know. On top of that, and it being kind of repetitive, that the last like 6 fucking bad guys had some kind of redemption is a little goofy, dude. Even Wald. He's like, I just wanted power. You're a good guy now, Wald. Surely the I just want to kill everybody. Maybe I wanna go join the play at the end. You're, like, oh, you're a good girl now, huh? Jesus, what is this? Yeah, this is crap, man. What were they thinking? I don't know. I think it's this feels, out of anything in this game, the most contrived. Everything's felt so natural, and all the different events weaving together, and all the pace and stuff up to the finale is so good. This feels like the most like author's hand type of thing, right? Where everything has to be way too rose tinted. Yeah, I don't know anything about anything after this game. I don't want to. But yeah, I mean, like, I like this one a lot, this game, but yeah, some of the finale, man, I don't know, it doesn't hit quite right for me. And this is the only part of it, I would say, but... She remained true to herself, dude. Imagine that with, like, Weissman, dude. Be like, you know what? You know, Weissman, he was a genocidal psycho killer who groomed and tortured kids from, you know, a young age to turn them into whatever the fuck. But you know what? He was consistent. He stayed true to himself, man. And you know what? I think he should get away with it. Like, it doesn't even make sense. It's just like, man, if you're gonna do empathetic villain, you gotta put in the work. I think Croy, stuff like Richard, you could kind of get behind. I think you could have had Graham work out, but Maribel just doesn't have the legs for it, man. There's no meat. It's just, hey, it's that character we talked to before we knew she was evil a few times, right? Like, that's it. That's not enough to redeem her in the very end of the game here. Wow, she's so strong, dude. Yeah, that's awesome, man. You know who you could say that about? Serial killers. Man, they said they sever themselves off from society and stay true to their nature. Like, what the fuck is this, man? like, Jesus Christ, they're backing up Maribel more than they're backing up like Arios McLean or fucking even Grimm, man. Like, they're like, whatever, man. Grimm is sitting here fucking like dying, man, and they're fucking backing up Belle right now. Just let her get away, and that's it, and we just walk away. That's fine. Yeah, it feels like it. It's just bizarre, man. For how fucking solid everything is in this. What a weird finale. Or just this part, right? There's good parts in it. Like, I like the guy part, stuff like that. But some of the individual character things, like the Red Ogre part, I like. But man, we'll get into it. Me and Fasto talked about it a lot before we got to this point. So I'll bring it up again. Where I do think if this game stumbles, it's definitely after the finale starts. And not the whole way. It's still entertaining. This is the only part I was like, this might actually just be straight up bad, but... There's definitely a trajectory that is it shakes a bit by the end of it.
まあここにいる人クロスベル中の力を合わせたら
キーヤも頑張るみんなと一緒に大切な場所
The platitudes, I mean, yeah.
キーヤ
I mean, yeah, it gets old having the sickly sweet platitudes, but it's like it's the end. They're gonna want to send it off on some kind of like, you know, bigger note. I mean, yeah, would I just be like, hey, we're family and we did it, and like, would they just go home and then just have like some nice scenes of them being back? Like, yeah, I'd probably prefer that, but I get the idea of wanting to end it on some like epic emotional note. I would have been fine with that, but why the Maribel part, man? Like, why did they like clutter up the end here? Yeah, the timeline stuff, like I said, you know, I don't think they're gonna make the timeline shit that big of a deal, and they didn't, so thank God. I would be, I mean, you know, you see timeline stuff and anything else and you get afraid, right? But I feel like it would be so against what makes Trails good, the consistent world and world building, like, there's no way. Later, Outcast. I'm glad they just kind of mentioned it as a powers thing. But,
俺たちは無事クロスベル市へ戻った。リーター大統領、いや、市長は改めて逮捕されることとなり。
Only he knew how to teleport.
しばしの間、マクダエル議長がクロスベル市長を兼任することになった。そして別れ。ワジたちは後遺症の残ったバルドとアルテリア報告へと帰っていき。
The Wald came with them.
他の来訪者もそれぞれの道に立て。
Dude, Wald literally got away with it. Like, he didn't even get put in chains, brother. Oh, there's Maribel. Why is Maribel still in? I really don't like her much. She's like annoying. Her dialogue is annoying. Oh, he won. Oh. Crossbell's occupied by the Empire already. Well, that happened. Two years. Yeah, someone fucked up. Where's Reen, man? Where's Reen right now? I don't know much about Reen. I don't know the time frame in the Cold Steel case. Olivier, where are you? Yeah, the only one who didn't get away with it was Crossbell, dude. Yeah, the good guys had to suffer while the bad guys got away with it. Except Croat. He's gonna eat nice food in jail with Garcia Rossi. Dude, Arios McLean got away with it. You know, I wish I could, like, genocide and then just get away with it like these people do now. Like, these guys are on the cusp of beyond genocide, dude. Like, they're fucking, like, talking about rewriting space-time, which would essentially, like, eliminate the current people that exist, right? And they get away with it, dude. I was like, at least put him in jail, right? You know? I mean, is Grimm gonna be at least in jail? Like, I get it with Randy, right? He's done really bad things, but he spent a lot of time. They don't really know him for doing that, right? Like, they learn about it, but they know this Randy. He's done a lot since then to, like, better people and stuff. It's still a little fucked, but, like, these other people are right off the cusp of doing some crazy shit, and they saw it. So, like, they even have the connection of evil. Randy was just like a story that he clearly doesn't, you know, feel strong about. Holy. Well, I guess she's dancing again, dude. Her legs got away with it, too. Dude, Wald's a fucking knight now, dude. Wald got fucking promoted, man. He's like, fuck, man, I just beat the shit out of my own friends. I got a fucking promotion for it. I mean, I get it, man. Like, I get it. They're good now. They know without a shadow of a doubt they're good now. So it's like, do you really need to punish them? But man, that's a fucking really naive way of thinking about it. Like, yeah, if a serial killer kills 100 people, but you know he's never going to do anything again, do you not, like, does he not get some kind of penalty? Like, I don't know, man. And I feel like they do that in, like, with every single one of these fucking bad guys, man. Some nice art. Dude, Wald won, man. He even got a cool fucking new outfit, dude. Does anybody remember Noel? Yeah. He didn't even get any dialogue, man. Fasto, that picture. We saved the city. I mean, I like that the city, you know, did not truly get, like, saved in a way, right? I mean, it's funny the most non-traditional route they took, where the city does end up getting occupied and fucked over for their actions, because, I mean, yeah, they're not going to get protected anymore in the way, you know, Croy and them set it up, was that, you know, it was going to be pretty much World War on top of their doorstep, and now, well, it is after the Civil War and the Empire. Like, it's cool that they actually carried through with that. But then it's funny on the flip side, Maribel and all them, and you know, Arios McLean, they all get away with it and stuff. It'd be one thing, I guess, if they were, yeah, having a rebellion or something, but, and this is like a Richard thing where everybody's Richard, essentially. I guess that could be the case, but I'd buy it then, right? Like, they own it with Richard. He gets away with it, but, like, the Grizzly Grim, dude. I'm guessing that's an edit. Or is there, like, a secret Grim super boss or something? Yeah. Anywho, continue to that. I'm really excited to see what's going to happen in Cold Steel. Oh, it was Wald's clothes. Okay. But yeah. I definitely think that, like, I like that it ends up, you know, I mean, it makes sense, right? Crossbell, for the most part, unless Olivier had done something in the Empire, is probably going to get fucked over, right? And it leaves off for another game pretty well. But man, it's funny that that's the place they decided to make it more, like, grounded or immersive or something, versus everybody getting redeemed. It just feels contrived, right? Like, it feels like there's no stakes at a certain point, because, you know, everything's gonna end up okay for everybody. Who even dies in this? The red constellation kills a few people. They kill some terrorists. They kill some CGF people. Maybe. I mean, they fucking got, like, landmined and shot. And red constellation's usually not one for taking prisoners. Is that it? Look, I don't need blood and death and stuff, but this is some serious stuff happening. You'd think something would happen, right? Like, somebody's gotta... There's gotta be some fucking, you know... some stakes to our stakes, man. Anyways. Let me change the music to something else, and we'll talk about the game. Caught the good impressions, I see. Oh, what's up, Ripper? Yeah, sorry, I got you there. No, overall, I think it was really good. I liked it. I would say this and Zero is still my favorites. I have to remember, though, what I have to think back, because if you just caught me right now, I'd be like, I like 3 better. But I think the build up to the finale is really fucking good. Like, I remember the journey. When I think about the journey, this one and the Zero are definitely the best. But, like, goddamn. Goddamn, that finale. At times. It was good at times. And I had fun with it the whole way through, but I had so little actual complaints over these two games. And then all of a sudden it all comes spewing out right at the end here. Where is the song I'm looking for? Not this one. There's my guys. I'll do this one. Yeah, one of the Jonah. There's another Jonah song too. I just want something in the background while we talk about. I had it earlier, but I forgot to. Okay. Anywho. Yeah, I thought this was good overall. I think it was really solid. Quick and snappy. But yeah, I thought it was really solid. I think everything up to the finale is just super, just awesome. Every chapter's got something new in it. So, yeah, every chapter has like a new event happening, but it doesn't feel like it's like really forced or episodic. They all flow, and they're all built off of like the really solid foundation of the first game. You know, all sorts of different escalations with the different countries and all these other characters coming together and getting bigger arcs. You know, set pieces like the Red Constellation stuff. Just a really nice flow of events and details, and just capitalizing on all of this, like I said, all of this world building, character building they've done, and just solid. The first game was like that too, but obviously you're starting more from square one, and they still make it super interesting. They always keep the scale small and tight in this game and the first game until the finale. And I think that makes for just like a really just fucking immersive, just engaging time, right? Like you'll go do just like a generic quest and another game that'd be boring, and this, it feels more special because of the scope of it, because of who the characters are, the time they spend trying to weave some of these side quests into the main story, or how they just like flesh out the world. And I think that's just one of the strengths, I guess, of Trails. And these games highlight that, I feel like, the most. Just consistent world building and character work, and just like attention to detail, and trying to really expertly kind of like pace the game. And I think this just does it really well. It's obviously its strongest point. Everything just kind of feeds into it well, right? I mean, down to the setting, right? Like it's a place you grow to know, and they expect that. This is actually, which is really cool. Yeah, like the setting, you know, where Crossbell is in the world, the bigger scope there. What can, you know, kind of drama comes from that, the kinds of buildings and places in Crossbell, what kind of cool stuff can they do with that? You know, they've got like the ghetto, the downtown, you know, they've got theme parks and, you know, wilds and ruins. They've got all these like little things, and they make really good use of their tools, and they build it all up that feels really natural. Oh, stuff like the mix of technology, but also like ancient, you know, history and stuff. There's just like, it's just rich with like stuff, right? But despite that, it's not just lore, right? They make it work. They put it into an actual story that's interesting. It's like you could just sit there and play it for all the time, and it's just like, it's nice every step of the way, right? Every chapter there's something cool going on. I would say there's definitely some odd parts in this one, and then some big odd parts at the end there. There's stuff like Noelle, just not really good. She's not like horrible, but compared to everything else, she's kind of like a she stands out a bit more because she's kind of just weak. I think, what are some other bad parts other than the finale being bad sometimes? I mean, I guess we're just talking about the finale. We just were, but I think when the game's at its strongest, it's well paced, keeping the mystery going, feeding you just enough information, but it's and it keeps the scope small. But as soon as it transfers into more generic JRPG land, the platitudes maybe come out. The mystery's gone. It's big scale. All of these factions, most of these characters, except the few they have in the final dungeon, don't matter anymore. Then it kind of falls apart a little bit. It doesn't play into the strength of Trails very well. They get by that in Trails from Zero because it's like only at the very end does their guys turn it into giant demons, right? It's pretty much a tight story all the way up to like the fucking last dungeon. This one has like a 20 to 30 hour chunk that's just big, crazy scale JRPG stuff, and it's not bad. It's just that, like, compared to the quality of everything up to it and how unique it feels and stuff, and how good the writing is, it just feels so much more generic. Like, also, there's just odd stuff, like the repetition of like everybody like getting redeemed in some way. It feels like a very poor execution of trying to give these characters more depth when the game was so good in the last two games of giving characters depth without needing to be contrived like that. Like, oh, maybe Shirley's not so bad. Like, well, then do something with that earlier, man. Like, you can't just do it in the last little fight or something. Just, you know, like stuff like with Wall and all that. There's just so many ways they could have handled it that it sucks. A lot of the shittiest points where they cinch off stories are at the end there. Or the shittiest ways they handle parts of stories are at the end. I mean, there was parts of, you know, with Guy, like seeing Guy and all that was cool. I mean, the dungeon itself, I like the idea of the Randy part there was cool. Yeah, it just all feels a little light. Yeah, a little. I think they were too obsessed with making it feel like hunky dory. But then they make Crossbell occupied by the Empire, so it's like I don't know if they're just really like working into Cold Steel super hard. I like that Crossbell's occupied by the Empire. It makes sense, and that's the thing about the world is it has like a consistent like logic to it, like a rational, like you could get like this is something I have to think about, like when Croy is, you know, summoning the Max and making himself president and stuff. It's like, well, I've just spent 80 to fucking 100 hours learning that Crossbell is in a spot that it almost can't get out of politically. And it is now stuck between a rock and hard place when it comes to like armies and stuff, you know, martial forces and all that. It's like, well, I could kind of see like maybe Croy's got a little something here. Like you could kind of like, just because of all the world building and like what's going on, like you could kind of it kind of makes sense of maybe something going on there. So it's like with him, it's like they kind of like, in a way, it's not like, you know, he's totally right. Obviously, he's still fucked, but like they try to make it still, I feel like, flow like correctly with all the world building and stuff. But as soon as the scale just gets huge and the trees popping out and Maribel's wearing her outfit and the Skype calls are happening with all the bad guys, I feel like it really ditches that more kind of grounded, like logical, like the real reasoning, like the cause and effect for what's going on and all that being a focus, and more just like the fantastical JRPG type of stuff. And there's nothing wrong with that in the right story, but it just doesn't play into the strengths of Trails. We talked about it earlier. Trails 2 kind of does that as well, right? Like it gets really big and crazy and all that, and but that game's not as focused on the mystery, the actual city. You're learning interesting things. You know, you don't know anything about all these artifacts and stuff. They're not just trying to cop out and make every villain redeemable. The Swordmaster guy, he got kind of redeemed, but you know, main bad guy, he was still an asshole. And like, I mean, yeah, Estelle's got that personality where she's like, just lets everybody off the hook with everything, but like they build it correctly. But anyways, yeah, the last dungeon in Trails 2, like it was big and crazy, And in some ways, I think it deflated it a little bit because that scale's still up there. But like, you have all these people up there. You're learning about their society still. It's still trying to keep some world building going on and teach you things. But like, I feel like in the finale in this, like, other than the parts where you're just talking to random people or like liberating maybe crossbound stuff, most of the fantasy kind of shit just, I feel like kind of takes some of the magic away of it all. I mean, obviously it'd be fine if they could keep the character stuff going. I think they shouldn't have revealed the Croy thing so early. I think Maribel needed more meat to her, and they definitely should have not had her go comic book villain as early as they did. I think they've gotten a little repetitive with using like our friendly neighborhood X and Y as a fucking bad guy. I don't know if they're gonna do that in Cold Steel. I mean, it's fine if they do, it just depends on how they execute it. It all feels like Joachim or or Mr. Chad Angle himself over and over again there. And I kind of liked when it was a bit more of like a complicated, like, I don't know, like mishmash of countries and artifacts and magic and hidden societies and stuff. When it becomes so much more simple, I feel like it kind of gets more lame. What's another chill one? That's fine. But anyways, yeah, there's so much to talk about the story. If you guys have anything you want to talk about the story, just bring it up. I mean, I'm just talking. There's a lot to go into. We were discussing it the whole way through. I think the first and the second game are pretty much just one big game, so I mean, it's all open season. Grimwood just feels like they were trying to do Joachim, or it just feels like they're trying to surprise you again. And I was just like, we just had this, like, in multiple games. Could have just had Arios, yeah. Yeah, I think in some ways it feels like just kind of a, oh, we just wanted a twist for the sake of it kind of thing. It's like, like, you didn't really have to do that. And my thing is, at that point, you've already had 50 fucking people that were supposed to be Maribel, Arios, Croy. Like, who else was there? Like, so many people. I mean, Joachim in the last game. Who were your friends that are now not your friends? Like, did we really need Grim as well? I think they could have made Grim work, for sure. I probably would have preferred Maribel not to be there and, like, Grim somehow to be, like, the bad guy that you have to kind of reason with, but he ends up being, like, too deep in, and he just... You know, like, that could have worked if they had built Grim up a little bit better there, but... The ideal they aspire to be in 0? Yeah. Yeah, Arios feels thematically better. But you can't let the main bad guy get away with it. You gotta have Grim there. Grim's probably in prison while Arios is just walking around with everybody, dude. Well, what did they tell everybody? Arios got tricked or something? Arios was fucking in on it forever. Sure, he didn't, like, kill Guy Bannings. I mean, that's the thing. You kill one person on screen, you cannot be saved, man. It doesn't matter if you attempted murder or killed a bunch of people off screen. That's different. You kill a motherfucker on screen in Trails, you're done, dude. Except the Red Ogre and... Red Ogre, I guess, didn't get away with anything. He always had kind of a, you know, somewhat hard, somewhat friendly, somewhat kind of tough love kind of thing going on with Randy. So he stuck to that, and they don't sugarcoat that he's like a bad dude. But they were consistent with the Red Ogre. I was fine with that, because he wasn't redeemed. He just had his, like, bittersweet kind of thing going on, because that's just how he's consistently been. But, like, Shirley, like, yeah, Grim, you're like, it just felt like a twist for the sake of it. I mean, they I mean, guessing Grim, you can go back all the way to the DG cult thing where they said Grim worked with them. Grim works with Croy to write the Constitution and shit. So it's like, you can kind of, like, they put the groundwork there a little bit, but like, yeah. I think they probably had too many people who ended up the exact same way at the end there. For me, though, I think the bigger problem with the ending, I mean, other than those last bits, for sure, it was just, I feel like the steam kind of ran out a bit, man. Like I said, I think when it gets to big generic JRPG, it loses a lot of the magic of what makes Trails writing really strong. Like I said, the detail, all the different movements and factions and characters, it just kind of ends up being more simple. Maybe you can't avoid it to a certain extent. I mean, I think you probably tone it down a bit or try to weave some of that into stuff a bit better. Like they had everybody come help us at the end there to like liberate Crossbell, but I mean in the second game they had people showing up on the city, like way more people showing up on the city to help you, so they could have had people show up, near the tree, or I don't know. There's things they could have done, I feel like. At least pace the fucking evil stuff better. I don't know, we can keep talking about the story. I feel like I didn't give it the right justice there talking about it. I really like it overall, and I think up to the finale it's super good. Super engaging, man. The fucking the part with all the terrorists and the meetings of the the different fucking factions and countries and stuff with the tower, how that gives you a feeling of excitement in the city when you're doing side quests, because all the NPCs are, there's different NPCs there now, and they're talking and doing stuff. They did that great in Zero as well. It's like really good. Feels really nice. It's really engaging. That was way more exciting than the entire finale. Like every one of those little scenes, right? Like what's this little mystery going on? How's it affecting everybody in the city? How does this weave into like a some kind of a conspiracy or something, right? Like you're thinking about it. It's a lot of fun, and the way they pace is just good, man. I don't know. The ending's just like a little opposite. Anyways, gameplay wise and stuff, I had fun with it. It's the same combat. It's the same combat as the first game, pretty much. Obviously, I think the main four and Zero are really clean, really solid, and it's no different here. I just want to generally play them. In this, I did more S breaks. Where in the first one, at the end, I was doing a little bit more ATS stuff. But to make any of that work, you really have to, I feel like, dump stats into a particular character. Obviously, there was ATS stuff that probably was really good in this, apparently. But it's a lot of the same strategies as all the other games. I think it was still fun. It's nice you can boost through it. I'm hoping Cold Steel reinvents it a bit. I think after 5 games, while it's still really fun, or it's still fun enough, I'd like to see it a bit different. Burst is a cool idea, but you have to like build it up over like the entire dungeon before the boss, so it's an even more annoying CP thing to use. You're not going to use it in a normal fight because you might walk up to the boss and have to, and you might not. The bosses die quick enough, you're not going to get your burst from 0 during a boss fight. Even in the final boss, I got once over 2 phases, or more phases, 2 or 3 or 4 phases or some shit. However many you want to consider there. Like, that's not much. So it really just doesn't really matter that much. You only use it on bosses, and it's pretty much just to bum rush them. Most bosses I didn't take a single hit in this last bit, except like the final boss, which they have a lot more health, makes sense. So burst kind of just like, it's a cool thing, it feels neat, just to style on them and all that, but ends up not really probably being the best executed mechanic. And like I said, I don't really like how you just hold on to it. I mean, you really just use it to just rush a boss. Obviously S breaks and CP I still find to be a lot more fun than like ATS and stuff. You have to dedicate a lot to ATS builds, and they don't always come out with the best damage. I mean, they can for sure, but you're only gonna really use one spell. Like some enemies, yeah, might have multiple weaknesses, but it really just doesn't matter all that much. So it'd be kind of cool if you had a bit larger of a repertoire of spells on hand that did a more variety of things without being kind of held back by like really long turns and impedes and whether or not your build can even damage the boss, right? I mean, a lot of the time I'm just like swapping off of ATS to something else, and I mean, obviously, you know, I'll do crazy ATS stuff in the old games and shit. If you can pull it off, but you know, in this game I went all in on ATS with Tio, and she barely did shit. So I just went and did Randy stuff. In the last game, she did a lot of work. Genesis Flood was really strong, and this Eschaton was kind of iffy. It kind of just depends. It's usually a bit more trouble than it's worth. It's still effective, obviously, and fun enough, but I just find CPU to be a lot more. You can just do a lot more on, you know, on the fly. You know, I wish bosses could actually be debuffed or, you know, hit with status elements or something. Maybe that'd be fun. But yeah, I think being able to move and attack should have been a thing at this point in the series. I think that'd be nice. Being able to like move, do some suction on some guys, or move and then like attack, you know, to a certain area near the guy so you could reposition and get ready for buffs and stuff would make buffing easier. Instead, because you really can't move and attack, you end up just not really being able to clump up for buffs like you'd like and stuff. And it feels sometimes a little clunky or restrictive, and I feel like at this point they probably could have fixed that. But, the builds are still fun. The Master Quartz is a cool thing. They take a really long time to level up. So, and there's like ones later on that are just like clearly better. So there's some customization with them, but I mean, they're almost so strong that it's hard to jump off of them. You already have limitations in the form of required quartz on each person's tree, like, you know, you have to use water on Tio. So if you want to be optimal, because the spells cost a lot of quartz to unlock, you're probably going to end up doing some water shit or stuff geared towards the passives. You know, spellcaster passives are generally going to be, you know, earth, or not earth, but, you know, time, mirage, and space. You're probably a good chance of doing that. A lot of your like master quartz are gonna kind of be like that too. So if you were like, well, I just want to do like a fire spellcast or something, not quite as optimal. I mean, you could still do it. I mean, apparently spamming Sparkdyne or something was really strong with the instacast and all that. That I think that kind of evens the playing field a little bit, having instacast on smaller spells, so then you could just spam those instead of saving up for big ones like the old games. But I think the restriction is there's just certain elements like earth and fire that you just don't really end up doing. Like if you want to get high ATS master quartz, it's water. There's a wind one, so you could do wind, yeah, on Ellie. There's Space Mirage and Time Master Quartz, but there's not really a whole lot of ATS quartz that do the other stuff. And then their passives don't really work either. So I think it's, I mean, obviously you can't just have freedom to do anything, but I think at this point some of those limitations have maybe gotten a little old. It'd be nice to have a system where a bit more freedom on that front. I always feel like you kind of get railroaded in some ways. I'm still building the same way because it's really effective for like every game. I just gave Ellie the wind bell on her wind spot full on caster pass and she broke the game. Yeah, I'm not surprised. The problem with water was that those spells just weren't that strong. And it's hard to tell what spells are strong. There's not much information, right? Like Eschaton, for costing almost 400, it was about almost 400 a cast. I was like, I'm doing like 6-7k. I mean, I don't have full ATS buffs on her, I guess, but I'm like, god damn. Like, meanwhile, I could just walk out with fucking, like, you know, a pretty buffed, Randy and do like fucking like 20 fucking K or something every time he gets a turn. It's just like, yeah, see, that's the thing, is there's just not really good information to figure that kind of thing out. It's like, I don't want to just like always find the broken build or something, but yeah, it's just a problem I have with ATS. I still find it fun, don't get me wrong. It looks like I'm laying into the game. I still find it fun. I just find over time some of these things probably could have been shifted a little bit. I think railroading and the specific requirements for certain spells, you already have an EP requirement. You know, like, I might not want to even use Eschaton because it costs too much, right? Just let me have more spells, probably, right? At that point. You know, the enemy might have like 50 different weaknesses. Well, or he only has one. I have to switch to a different spell, but I just don't have it, right? So I guess I just don't do it anymore, right? Like, if he doesn't have a water or a time weakness, I'm going to have to use my low-level spells, and most of those just don't do anything. I think how they're balanced and how free you are to get these different spells is kind of iffy. I mean, if you could just like swap characters in, or, you know, get a couple extra spells, it'll be okay. Full-on art spam, yeah, I can imagine. I mean, I'm not saying ATS doesn't work. I'm just saying how the builds kind of work, and the railroading and all that. It's kind of, I don't know. How the passives kind of stack with other stuff is kind of whatever. I like the Master Course system overall. It makes for very good quality of life. God damn. That's some in my throat. Walking into a fight and having a 90% chance to get a team attack every time, and even if I get ambushed, it counts as my ambush. Starting with like a full 50% buff, and Randy being able just to fucking S-break whenever, I would just walk into every chest, every fight, and it would be over in a single move. And bosses literally never hit me, because they'd also be dead within like their second attack, right? The only time that didn't happen was with Maribel in the final boss. And it still wasn't like a big deal. It just took me a lot longer to do something because I was like, oh, usually the bosses are dead by now. What do I feel like doing now, right? So it's like, it's kind of like in Zero. Zero had that problem too, where it's like S-breaks and everything are just too strong. You generally just erase enemies and stuff. But like, why just play like shit, right? Why not do it? That's what they're there for. So it's like, I think they could probably smooth out some of that, change how the builds work. I'm fine just destroying bosses if it's like, feels like it's fun and I made a lot of cool choices on the customization side of things, but I feel like I've been making the same choices for 5 games straight. And like I said, the games are mostly about the story, so it's not a big deal. Boost, Turbo helps a lot. They do mix up things a little bit, right? Which spells you can get, how much they cost, stuff like Boost. Which kind of CP things you have, the S-breaks. They change, and I still find it fun. But, you know, I'm not gonna, I wouldn't play, like, I would be less inclined to play a Trails game that was 100 hours of raw gameplay, right? Like, the closest to that is Trails the Third, and that game has all sorts of options and characters, and it's so broken that makes it fun as fuck, right? Like Richard's speed stacking, and Kevin has the invincibility thing like Tio. Things feel kind of broken in this, but not on the level where it's like ultra fun broken. But also things don't have enough freedom, I feel like, to be like super duper like interesting to build or challenge around. But it was still fun. So I guess that's kind of the gameplay. I have fun with it. It's good. I think it has some issues. Obviously, nothing like glaring. I don't think any of that would kill. If you're just to play this one and this is the only one, you probably never even think about it. But I am looking forward to seeing where they go with Cold Steel. I feel like they probably gotta mix it up a little bit. Because anytime anybody came in here who only played Cold Steel, they're like, what the hell's all this? So, I think it's probably very different. Yeah. So obviously visuals and stuff. I like the style. where it's kind of got, I don't see, more muted colors, more dull colors, darker colors. I don't know how to put it. There's just a certain style it has. It's hard to put. It's not like ultra vibrant or anything. It feels more grounded in a way. There's still a variety of visuals and all that and fun places to go to, but it's not, you know, like crazy fantasy where it's like the lava areas on top of the ice area next to the mystic, you know, fairy forest and stuff. And they got that a little bit, but it feels like it's kind of all part of an actual world. And I feel like the colors and the details are there to match that. I do think this game is where I started to see the PSP stuff sometimes and was like, there's some pretty janky animations, especially in fight scenes. Like Pattern Matter's getting like knocked back or something, and it looks really bad. To the point where like I get a laugh. I'm like, well, that's not what you want right now. I don't want to be laughing. I want to be like invested, and I don't need it to be crazy, but I think there's some limitations there that are a little fucked. Obviously, you know, the in the game sprites aren't super expressive, but they make do with actual 2D sprites, and they look great. I don't have a problem with it because of that. And yeah, visually, I don't know, it works. It works well. They're comfy. They're very. I don't know how you define that aesthetic. Like I said, I think it's a mix of colors in a world that visually makes sense and feels more, people would say, lived in or something. They don't go too extreme until the end or anything. That's probably the way it needs to be. You know, they'll have a mix of tech and fantasy and stuff, but it's not pushing too far in one direction where anything feels really jarring. Same with the outfits and all that. For that matter, I really like the sprite work. I think it looked good. There's a few CGs that looked a little odd here and there. But for the most part, it was pretty clean. A lot of different emotions too, so that really helps. I think for the most part, voice acting too. I guess we can get to sound. I think the voice acting is really solid. Some characters more than others. There's stuff like Maribel that got kind of annoying. Shirley, I don't think maybe their VAs are bad. I think probably just the direction. The cackling, constantly laughing in between every word. I'm so crazy type of characters like that. They felt a little one-dimensional in this, and the voice acting was a little grating. It's more on the dialogue. I think it just emphasizes what's kind of characters with very little depth. But otherwise, yeah, a lot of different voices. They're all pretty quality. Most lines are voiced. It never felt like, man, there should really be more voice lines, right? It felt like there's you know, all the story stuff was voiced, and then a lot of the side shit was voiced. For that matter, there's a lot of side stuff, which is really strong too. So many side scenes that aren't even tied to a quest, like these big, you know, big quests, or not these big scenes where you like learn about people, like you go find Kevin around, or you know, Ilya or something, or in just like most chapters and most days. And like the game makes you want to go find these things because you just want to know what people think about what's going on because you're so invested in the world. So I think that's really cool. I didn't mention that earlier. I just like, because in the first one I wanted to go around and talk to people, but you know, it wasn't always going to have something big, right? You know, but in this I feel like they pushed it really hard to try to have all sorts of big plot moments. Like even learning about Shizuka's like her hospital thing. You didn't even know she was going to have a surgery unless you went and found like this deal, and I mean that helps build her a little bit. Like it pays off. Like if you go look for these things, you learn more and you get more invested, and then you care more. Which is why when the finale deflates it kind of hurts more. But anyways, I don't know. We were talking about sound, music. I think the music was great. I found all of the first 5 Trails games to have just very distinct to Trails music, or maybe distinct and like it's, you know, 20 years old kind of feel. I don't know exactly, but a lot of jams, a lot of stuff that's fun to listen to, but a lot of stuff that's, you know, comfy or You know, there's some generic kind of sad stuff or sappy shit at the end there. Doesn't really stand out very well, but you know, the music does what it needs to. It elevates most scenes it's in. Or is like fully focused on is something really cool. Like in a lot of the hacking things, it's mostly just a music thing there. So, they'll have it chime in the big strings, you know, the epic trail strings thing going on, you know, and the finales and all that, and the final bosses and stuff. I don't know, the music's good. It works really well. There's a certain quality to the first 5 Trails games soundtracks where, I don't know. It's hard to describe like a style. Like whoever the composers were at the time, there's just kind of like a style that when I want to say unique, but it doesn't sound like distinct and like a, you know, this is like unique comparing like death metal to like Western like you know, country music or something. It's distinct in like I feel like a more subtle way, right? But if that makes sense. It's not like genre type of unique, it just kind of has a very distinct style that I guess that's, you'd have to kind of play and feel. Anyways, good music. What else, man? What else is there to talk about? If anybody has any thoughts on this game, or disagrees with me, agrees. I mean, it was like fucking, we can talk about the first one too. I mean, goddamn, it was like, how long was this one? Like 80. Also, I feel like it kind of ends quick. Didn't we feel that? Like, it doesn't end quick. The finale is like really long, but possibly to a fault. But like, as soon as you're out, there's no like epilogue or anything. You're just out, man. You're not gonna talk to any of these characters again if you didn't talk to them before. They just hit you with like a 15-second cutscene that tells you what happens. Yeah, we're 75 hours. When I close this, it's probably gonna be like 80 or 85. Yeah, it feels like it's odd, and it's usually not good when I have to say this, where it feels like it's too slow and too quick. I would say the slow part's not as bad. You know, the finale is really long, but I don't think the length is what makes it deflate. Not exactly. I think it's just how they choose to pace it and the events and how they transpire that kind of deflates it a little bit, and the scope. But I do think the very end there's a little fast. Just think about the journey. Think about all of the people and all of the time you spent with all of these characters and all of the fine detail they would go into for every little arc of their story that you could optionally go figure out. And then for the end where Crossbell gets fucked and we finished everything, there's not even like a fucking like, you know, like a like a what happened, or you know, like a world tour, right? I mean, fucking Dragon Quest does a world tour after, but you know, Trails doesn't. Like, really? Yeah, I could see that. I think they left it open for either final Crossbow game or to build for Cold Steel. Who knows? Didn't happen after Cold Steel. Oh, you think they were gonna come back here and do something? I could see that too. Man, see, that'd be so cool too. I would love one where it's just right back to politics and shit, man. You know, it's just the squad doing all sorts of different things, and all these characters have, like, you know, they're different now, and all these factions are coming together, and it's refocusing on that kind of shit. I mean, of course, it's got to end with the demon transformation or something, but I think if anything, they should stop doing that, man. If it doesn't fit, they don't need to make it work, man. The writing is usually at its strongest when it's not trying to be like a fucking fantasy RPG. They can make it work. Like, I mean, it worked in Trails 3rd. You know, the end of Trails 2, they made it work after a bit, but I think it's a tightrope. They didn't quite nail it here at the end of Azure. Yeah, I wonder how much they're going to cover Crossbell and Cold Steel. I mean, I think they build up the mystery of the world enough that I'm fine with it existing. Obviously, I mean, there's only like 1,200 years of recorded history or some shit. Even in the dark, I was like, for the last 500 years is like pretty much the most actual like recorded stuff, isn't it? Like, there's like the Dark Ages. There's a small amount of time where they even have like proper civilization. So there's so much there that they can dig into of the past and ancient stuff and the way the world works, and there's so many places they haven't been to and all this and that. Well, it's not an adventure JRPG in that sense. It's more focused on the lives of people and the civilization and all that. They still have cool things they can do with factions wanting to utilize this magic and this history and stuff, and that's kind of what Ouroboros, I guess, is doing. But yeah, it just depends on how they use it, because when you up that scale, the scale is upped, and that's kind of not where Trails is at its best, so they have to make sure they can bridge that gap. And yeah, the antagonists, definitely, we're not helping in this one. And like I said, I think part of it is that the first like 80% is just too good. And that's not an actual problem. I think that it's just like so solid and so tightly paced and so engaging that when you get to the parts that are a bit more typical, it makes them feel way shittier. Like I said, in any other JRPG, I mean, it would be generic maybe, and you just be like, oh yeah, there it is. But yeah, because in Trails 2, the first fucking 2/3 are not really that. They're okay. They're not the strong suit, so you're kind of into maybe that last bit a bit more, even if it is kind of up in the scale in a way that's not exactly in line with the rest of Trails. It works because the first bit's not so good, but in this, those first bits are really solid. So it has to compare against that. Everyone's evil for different reasons. Which is fine if they make it work. Yeah, nobody's evil, go. Come on. Maribel, who's now working with fucking Ouroboros. They were empathetic, man, and they were justified. They had reasons, dude. They had reasons for doing things. That means they're a good guy. Yeah, I would definitely say that the end leaves a bad taste, but all you gotta do is remember stuff before that. Yeah, I don't know. I said I was probably not gonna compare this and Zero to each other. We could try, say which one's better. I would say I think everything before the finale in this is better than Zero. But I think like the most cohesive package, Zero is probably better. But the thing is, this is why I don't really want to compare them that much. I mean, we'll do it for fun, but like that was me doing it. I'm not gonna do it anymore. Is that they're really just one big game. Like you can compare Trails the third to the first two, maybe. It feels separate enough, and although it's super important. I mean, God, Jesus, imagine not playing those before playing these. At least just for Joshua, Estelle, and Renee, man. Yeah. Also, some of that shit at the end, yeah, with the time, and her rewriting like the timelines, and her saving them with Estelle and Joshua and all them, and then redoing how like all that stuff. A lot of that came in real quick. Like that's what I mean. Is the pace in these is like it's usually nice, solid little clip with everything explained really well. And I feel like they kind of, it's weird, like it's too quick and it's too quick sometimes, despite it being like 20-30 hour finale. The thing is, the 20-30 hours is really you just running around talking to people, and that stuff's good. The actual meat is really not that long. On the liberation. Yeah, no, that's true. I just mean how it's all kind of just happens, and it doesn't have the attention to detail the rest of the story does. Yes, it's better they probably didn't go any farther, because then we'd be starting to get into some goofy shit. Yeah, true. Which is true. I mean, if I still would prefer they owned it and did it right, but yeah, I mean, if they're not going to, I'd rather them just kind of not really talk about it. I really think what this game, it really needed probably just like a nice hour epilogue where you walk around and people are like, oh, you know, this he's going to jail. This is what's happening here. Thank you for saving us. And then it ends with them, you know, hanging out in the fucking SS building. They don't have to leave on some sappy, we're all gonna leave each other forever thing like how most JRPGs are. Yeah, walk around and hear everyone gets yeah, maybe that's why they didn't do it. They're like, how is Bales and all them gonna justify, you know, like, why isn't Garcia Rossi out of jail? He helped save everyone. He needs to be out of jail, man. Let Garcia go, man. Let him free. He did less wrong than these motherfuckers at this point, man. He's in jail. I didn't see him at the end there with fucking Arios McLean. Arios McLean put a fucking little girl in a fucking briefcase, dude. Spike the mic. He put her in a fucking briefcase, bro. He was complicit in the attempted murder of like a bazillion people. He was complicit in the fucking terrorist attacks on Crossbow. Yeah, he was with Ravash. I mean, yeah, he was a Jaeger and was with Ravash. I mean, Garcia's fucked for sure. But like, he did, at this point, he's no worse than anybody else. Is Shirley gonna get redeemed in Cold Steel, man? Like, completely? Is she gonna hang out with the kiddos? God damn. Ravash's crimes. I mean, they were with you know, the underground crime thing forever, man. Then they talk about human trafficking and you know, they let the Gnosis drugs get out, and I don't remember what all they said. The thing is, it was in some throwaway lines, wasn't it? Where they talk about what Ravash is tied to, like weapons trading, smuggling. It was just the general grab bag, I thought, of crimes. Free them. No, they talk about crimes they did off screen before the events start. But yes, I think that the thing is, how it works in Trails is if you don't do a crime on screen in front of you, you didn't do anything wrong. So in my eyes, they didn't do anything wrong. Especially Garcia. You gotta commit a crime right then, and somebody has to suffer right there. Implied, attempted, those don't exist, dude. You have to commit the crime. And even then, they didn't fucking put the Red Ogre in cuffs, man. He killed a bunch of terrorists, so. Look, man. Are you trying to say everybody should get away with it? I think Garcia should get away with it. He pretty much has a Richard thing going on. They love their Richard things. Granted, I do too. I like the Richard shit. I enjoy the guy who was kind of, sort of not, or he was bad, but he's not really fully bad. They kind of make him work. The hard ass who then ends up being like fully helping you and then gets away with it. Like, that's fine. It builds up. It's an arc. There's an actual change in the character, right? They're punished, but then over like a year, they've changed. That's good. Beating the shit out of somebody who's a fucking axe murderer, and then they say, maybe I should have been a dancer. That is not getting away with it. That is, you haven't changed at all. You just decided to say some bittersweet shit because you got your ass kicked, right? If Maribel was like jailed for like 4 years, and then she changed, like, okay, right? Like, Croy had a little bit of meat. He had a little bit of stuff going on, and his circumstances and choices in the rock and the hard place he put them. Maybe you could kind of get Croy with less time, but that the characters just flip-flop on how they feel is just odd there. And it just flies in the face of how consistent the rest of the characterization and story is. It's odd. I don't know. I don't want to say the end there is like everything. I mean, obviously there's other shit going on, but... What the... Yeah, I think that they try to be way too black and white with it, with them at times. The thing is, they try to be too black and white with them, but then on the end, they're fucking trying to make everybody a sympathetic villain. Like fucking hell, dude. Like, do you want them to be like sympathetic, like understandable villains or something, or do you want them to be like goofy? Like, you can have both, sure, but like, yeah, that they flip-flop or they're all like sympathetic villains at the end, it's kind of like, eh. Is it going to be distracting? Probably. I just want something that's kind of like just barely there. Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, solid song. But anyways, yeah, if you guys have a topic you want to talk about with the game, if you, I mean, there's ever time to just talk about the game, this is it. So if you guys want to say anything about it, shoot. But I think I've covered a lot. Maybe not in the most clear, concise way. There's a lot to dig into. Obviously, over the playthrough, we dig into it a lot more cleanly. I would say about 3-4 hours ago, you can get into a pretty good conversation in the VOD where we were talking about the deflation of tension and stuff and repetition and stuff. So, put a lot better than what I did just now. Yeah, I would say that's another thing is like Dudley needed an art, like a cool focus, right? Sergey kind of needed something. That's crazy that like he's the guy that puts us all together. He's what we start with. You don't know if he's just a loser in Zero or if he's actually building up to be like, you know, just an aloof, responsible guy. And then you find out that it's the latter. And then like he's not really even used in this game that much. So it's like, fuck, man. Sergey did nothing. It just is. Alright, this game's story stumbles hard in places. What's the top RPG story for you? Just as a point of reference. Top RPG story. I mean, I think in the first game and this game are pretty good. They're pretty good. I mean, it's only the end there that stumbles, really. What would I consider a top RPG story? There's a lot of them. And like JRPG? I mean, you got like Disco Elysium. Is that an RPG, right? I think that one's good. What would I consider a good RPG story? It's like I've got fucking coffee brewer in my ear right now. I'm trying to get music on. Yeah. Basta doesn't like any story. What would I consider an RPG was just good? I mean, obviously, yeah, like Disco Elysium's a good one. This is why I need to finish tagging my fucking My fucking games list. Sometimes I'm bad about just naming one off the top of my head, because then I feel like I'm gonna miss 20 other ones. What if I could just look at them all and be fine? I could look through some games here. Why does this keep happening? Sort. It's a nice question. I mean, I guess it's not really super ultra pertaining to what we're talking about, but I mean, I'd like to answer it. Let me look through some stuff. What would I consider Kingdom Hearts, man? No, that's a story. What are some JRPGs I think have like really solid stories? Like I said, I do think that, like, I mean, these two games have pretty damn good stories. Thing is, there's a lot of JRPGs I like the like atmosphere and the setting, the like startup, like it's stuff like Strange Journey Redux I really like, or you know, Soul Hackers. There's parts of that that you might consider story, but most people wouldn't say like the actual plots of those are very good. But I consider like the world building and the aesthetics and stuff and atmosphere to be. Some people would consider that story, so maybe that sounds like a cop out, but. All atmosphere? Yeah, I'd agree. Hudawari Ramono. I mean, there's stuff that, like, the thing is, there's like games with like, yeah, light story that make it work. I mean, there's like Radiant Historia's got a pretty good one. There's ones that have like light story, yeah, like that handle some of that stuff a little better. Maybe Radiant Historia isn't like the best one, but that one's a pretty good story. Let me look through some of these. I mean, I'd say like, you know, FF14's got a pretty good one. I mean, I'm just like looking through some games. Yeah, the top story RPGs. I mean, I feel like there's real answers to this, and I'm just not giving you a good one because I can't think of them off the top of my head. I'm so focused on like the minutia of Trails right now that I'm like trying to bounce back out. I'm kind of like need to look through a bunch of games. On the Octopath, that's for sure. I don't know. I guess it depends, yeah. Because there's world building, there's lore, but then there's the story that's told right in front of your face. Is 13 Sentinels Aegis for Emma RPG? I don't think in the way we're thinking here. I'll keep looking as we go here. I always feel like I have to give like a perfect answer instead of just rattle off a few things. Find a probably end up just not actually answering questions like that. I'll have to actually think about it and look through some stuff so that I can answer better. Yeah, see, like Live Lives is good. See, that's the thing, it's just complicated because to one person you might be like, well, what's the best story in a JRPG? Some people are like, okay, a story is in a video game is something where there's like, you know, 80% of its dialogue and it's all up in your face. But there's some games that have like a really good story that's like mostly built on like atmosphere or just a few lines here and there. or like little bits of like comedy or something. Like Thousand Year Door has really good writing, but like, do you consider that like a really good video game story? I would say it is, but it's not traditionally like something big and grand and epic and complicated. It's just really fun and gets to like the point and stuff. Like it's got like nice comedy and it fits for what it is. So it's like, it's kind of, see, I get too caught up in that kind of shit where I'm like, well, you know, I got like SMTs, like is SMTs like really awesome, like world building and like concepts? Is that like the story? Like, I mean, it certainly couldn't exist without a story. So it's like, no, I think it's a good question. It's a great question. Yeah, Live Alive's is good in its simplicity. I think Live Alive's written well, yeah. That's a good one. I'd say that's one of those. That's a solid one. Especially, you know, the space chapter and how they wrap it up in the end. I mean, what I value, it's definitely just, it's less a specific idea and just how it's executed, I would say. Alright, we need to turn this off. This is distracting. I'm down for a game that's really subtle and just mostly is doing like, you know, light atmosphere work and tries to interplay with the gameplay more like an SMT, but I also like things that are like super just dialogue focused that never stop talking, like a Disco Elysium or this, right? I think it just depends on how it works. I would say like, you know, tropes, general like, yeah, execution, how much detail they're putting into it, or like ideas, like stuff like that matters. I don't think I've sat down and just been like, you know, what makes, you know, what do I value in a story? Yeah, that's the thing, is like I and I've said that before. It's like you can use tropes and make it work. Like I even in this game, I didn't mind some of them, right? Like on the beach and shit. For me, it's like execution, and that's really a broad thing to say as well. Yeah. What do I value? I feel like I write like a fucking paper on it. What do I value in a story? Yeah. Like in this game, the attention to detail, the consistent, like I feel like attempt at making like a very like, I don't say logical, but like world with real cause and effect and events that are, you know, having an impact on everything in the world in a way you might like truly like believe, or that could add to like immersion in some way. That's what the real strength of this is, and which is why I kind of shit on the end of this, because it gets really far removed from that. And the execution, I feel like, while it could work, kind of ends up stumbling because it removes you from that small, super detailed like cause and effect and stuff. It ends up being a bit more about more generic kind of platitude heavy stuff. I would definitely say when I'm reading the end of this and stuff, I would say a lot of like platitude heavy stuff is started to miss me these days. I definitely prefer something that has like a true like tangible like value to what they say in a way that like, you know, me or you could feel, or that, you know, maybe we would say, or not, maybe not say exactly, but I don't know. Like the long form speeches about like, you know, nothing, like it's all fantastical, and it makes this you know, the scope and how romantic the story or something feel like big, but a lot of the time, maybe it's because of how generic they are, a lot of the pretty words type of stuff doesn't interest me as much as like just real stuff that has some meat behind it. Like there's points in this game where like, you know, there is pretty words they'll say, like, you know, where Lloyd to Randy will, you know, say that, you know, he's family, and, you know, his past doesn't matter and all that kind of stuff, and he'll say it, you know, with pretty words, but I think it fits in that. because of what they've built up with Randy, showing how remorseful or how much regret he has or whatever for who he used to be and how much he wants to change, and the build up they've spent, the time and build up they've spent, developing the relationship between Randy and everybody in the little SSS family. So it's like, even the pretty words and stuff, I don't mind. It's just, yeah, execution. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I just value execution. I'll take any idea. That's just such a vague thing, because anybody thinks that, right? I mean, I don't have like a preference for a kind of story. Obviously, there's novelty and stuff that I would like. Something that challenges the medium or some shit, or attempts to do something special, but at the end of the day, like, I don't know. I could put a list together of like RPGs I think have like a solid story and write why, but that might be a stream. Maybe I'll do that another day. Good question though. I appreciate you asking it. Sorry that I can't really get like a good deal. I don't like half-assing those kinds of answers. I mean, I could just like list random things, but weighing in so heavily on something like that without like actual thought, I feel like is not what I like. Because I could just be like, Chrono Trigger has a good story, and FF6 has a cool story, and then just walk away like that. I feel like that's what everybody's probably gonna do, right? They're just gonna say some shit like that, and then that's it. And it just feels like such a cop-out answer. There's nothing wrong with saying those things. And it's not like I need to say something like unique. Yeah, maybe I should just do a better job of explaining why I don't think something works. I do try to at least highlight what I think is more personal. I mentioned that earlier when we were talking about the story in a bit more detail a few hours ago. It's brain right there. Music's maybe not quite relaxing enough. or in the background enough. Let's put on some Hitman music. Am I tired of Hitman music? I forgot what I was just talking about there. I shut my door loud. Well, anywho, now that I've totally lost my train of thought, is there anything else we want to chit chat about? Yeah. Too many distractions out there. I could shut my door, but I probably won't be on that much longer. I think maybe that's one thing I value too, is probably characters. See, that I say that, then that sounds like I don't care about other shit. I mean, characters are... Okay, I gotta shut my door. I'll be back. It's like, I say characters. It's really just depends. Because there's stuff like, like Drakengard or, like an SMT, which doesn't really have like crazy characters, but I really enjoy like parts of it, their story or something, right? I mean, Drakengard has characters. I shouldn't say that. But something like Drakengard, captures my interest in a way because it's more like concepts and atmosphere and stuff like that. Or something like a Disco Elysium is interesting because of just like raw, like not even just characters. Obviously the characters are the viewpoint, but just how witty the writing is. and how engaging it is, or maybe how different it is. Yeah, I think it always comes back to execution. It's one of those things, like, I mean, I just play like everything under the sun, so well, I can't say I'm like a person who has no preferences, but I definitely don't think they're very like stark. I think it's definitely just how things are handled, which there's still obviously preference there. But yeah. Anyways, what else can we talk about with Trails that I've missed? I mean, I am looking forward to doing Cold Steel. I don't know when we'll get into them. It'll probably be at least a month. The next big RPG will probably be EO4. So, raw gameplay. I mean, 3 had a story, but I doubt EO4 has like much of one. We'll see. I've been saying it for fucking ever. Probably. Don't think about the probably. Yeah, I don't know when we're gonna do it, but that'll be the next big one. Well, I don't want to just sit here in silence. Yeah, I guess I don't want to flip the question. I mean, I feel like I just have an answer to know. I take that. I don't know what other people would consider well-written stories. Oh, yeah, Final Fantasy Tactics. There was one too. Yeah, see, there's always so many. Like, I like FF Tactics for similar reasons. I'd probably like the story in this. You know, solid characters, a world that has like actual, you know, real implications and things going on in the background that affect what's happening. But in that game too, it has like a big scale kind of like let's say you know, fantasy storyline in the background, and that's how it ends. But I like how Final Fantasy Tactics does it a lot, because it's all political stuff happening, and you are just this fucking guy who has to deal with these politics, and that's where you're like rooted and born into and stuff. But you're also this dude who has to go against this conspiracy, this evil conspiracy in the background, regardless of what's happening in the political sphere, and regardless of if anybody even knows about it, and you're tackling this like kind of evil plot just out of your own sense of like justice or something, no matter how bad it ends up ending for you. And I always thought that was kind of cool how they like they smooshed those things together. Like, it's not just political stuff, it's a mix of like, you know, some characters' ideals against like, you know, mystic demon stuff, how that kind of like coincides with a more like politically heavy driven kind of like fantasy story. I liked the whole Ramza versus the underworld thing. It was cool. Because a lot of times people didn't even know that was going on in the game, right? But he just like went for it anyways, and I thought that was like a cool mix. Where this doesn't really, it mixes those, but it kind of like throws that part in more at the end there. Like, obviously it's all building to like a big scene like that, but it's kind of neat how that was kind of woven in a bit. You could say it was woven in this if you consider the cults and stuff, some of the larger shit, but I mean, I would still say these games probably have a better story than FFT or something. I don't think FFT falls off super hard or anything, but these are just very different kind. Guy wrote story of shit that happened that no one knew about, wasn't it? Yeah, there was some framing device like that, for sure. And then his fucking friend gets away with it too, man. His friend gets away with it. The king or whatever. What was his name? Delita? That was his name was? He gets away with it, dude. But he gets away with it in a way that I think that's satisfying. Because he is because they do play into the theme that Ramza is essentially like a forgotten hero, and that Ramza doesn't give a fuck because they have something they need to like do. So Delita kind of takes, you know, in a way that's more believable, ends up just kind of taking, you know, his win or whatever. But Ramza's kind of doing something else, right? I don't know. Point is, it all kind of just works into what they're going for. It helps heighten the feel that Ramza kind of is like some forgotten hero or whatever the fuck, which was kind of like a running thing through the whole thing, where you're fighting like the essential, you know, the Illuminati or whatever. But it doesn't make any one part of the story feel like more or less pointless. It just kind of adds more engagement and events to what's going on, like the political shit. Anyways, yeah, I thought that was a cool story too. I'm more interested in talking about good JRPG stories. A lot of JRPG stories, I feel like a lot of JRPGs specifically get away more with like atmosphere and like high concepts more than raw dialogue and like, you know, character work and stuff like that. Which is where the Trails ones kind of, I feel like, are special in a way, because it's like mostly just like, they're just like big VNs. Oh, this song just repeated, I think. Oh. What are some video games you guys think have good writing? Or RPGs? That is a good question. What else? Does anybody else have any? Like I said, we could probably look around for a while. Yeah, at this point, I'm more interested in exploring what I would consider a value in writing. He doesn't play RPGs, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think it just really depends. Sometimes it's just raw execution. I mean, I think that's probably like the most important thing. There's things that I think get by on concept and novelty for sure, but raw execution. The amount of words doesn't really matter as much to me. You can have a game with barely any writing that I think can still have what I consider like something I feel an emotion from. Like there can be a silent game, right? Like I wouldn't consider Yume Nikki like an RPG, but you know, like I'll feel a little something from the end of Yume Nikki and just the general vibe of moving around in a way that's more like potent than I would from like maybe the entirety of Octopath Traveler, right? Like that has way more written story, but I feel a lot less from it. I think for me it's not really like the form it takes. Yeah, it's more the vision and how it's carried out. Yeah, Evolution Worlds that's one I could tell you. I could tell you a bunch that I don't think are good stories. There you go. I think the Forgotten City has a good story. That's, I guess, an RPG, right? I mean, that's a pretty good one. That decent character work, nice concept. I suppose complicated enough. Interwoven characters and shit. Fucking Udaware, what? I see it here, dude. I'm sitting here looking through like recent games. I don't know why. Well, anywho, I don't want to just keep sitting here. Yeah, that could be an interesting, just like big conversation. Maybe I should try doing that someday. Or we just have like a stream where we just have like a a question, like a prompt, and kind of prepare a little bit maybe, or not, and just kind of sit there and shoot the shit about an idea. Because right now I'm split between wanting to, like, you know, wrap up any thoughts on trails, but also kind of want to explore like certain values in video games and stuff that I have maybe. Because I think that kind of heightens the actual chit-chatting. The better I understand why I think a particular thing and can explain it, the better I feel like clarity and better convo we can have and stuff. At least on my end, if I could do more, that would be good. Yeah, that'd be fun. Maybe I'll do that when I get some time. Problem is, there's got to be people here. I don't have the kind of stream where like everybody, you know, I could just like have for sure like a conversation. I don't want to just be like talking to myself. And I'm not saying like people need to show up. I'm not trying to feel bad or anything, but like that's just a problem. Like that's a real thing. Anywho, what else with this game? Was there anything else we needed to cover? I usually don't like just breaking into like specific categories like sound, visuals, and all that. I think it's, I guess, fine to do, but I think hitting like the actual big important bits and problems is more important, which is why I need to really write notes again. I don't know why I keep forgetting to write notes. I get too caught up in like what's going on and talking and stuff. Much easier to like navigate these end of the stream conversations when I have some actual fucking structure. I don't want to just be like, I gave it an 8 for sound and a 9 for visuals, and you know what really matters with the game, right? Like in this, it's the story. The other stuff is important and it's cohesive in a lot of ways, so I mean it needs to be talked about. But yeah, I don't want the template as Steam review. I want something that like people want to jump in on and talk about and has some kind of clarity to it and stuff. Or at least just cover things that I think are important to the game. Yeah, the template is Steam review. It'd be cool to have like a... There's some ideas. There's like like a list of like certain type of games I'd recommend story-wise. I've never even done like a list of games I just would recommend people play. That'd be a fun thing too. I think those kinds of like little thought exercises are like looks into like the things you've played and try to like make choices like that. I feel like help drive conversation in the future. Not just because I like, you know, have more experience with a certain type of question, but yeah, Radiant Historia I think had a good story. It's been a long time, but I liked how that interwove time shit, and the main character was more untraditionally really good at what he does. In this game you could say they're really good at what they do too, but yeah. Radiant Historia, yeah, the MC is solid. That's what makes... See, that's the thing, it's like, you know, is the entire story like that great? Like, eh. But the MC is really cool, right? Like, I would say it's the same thing as like a Hotel Dusk, right? Like, if Kyle Hyde wasn't there, it'd be an alright story, but like, it really makes it. Yeah, that's another thing. That's what depends on what you value, right? Like some people like spectacle and flash and, you know, the scale getting big and stuff, and I think that can be fine, but yeah, it really just depends on how it happens. Yeah, the MC for Radiant Historia is very capable. Or a lot of main characters, you know, maybe it'll be a bit more goofy, you know. They'll find out who the bad guy is at the end of the story, where in Radiant Historia, maybe he'll figure out who it is in the beginning. That kind of idea, right? Like, I'm not saying that's what happens, but that kind of idea, right? Yeah, and then kind of play off of that the whole way through. Like those little types of things. Like, something more smartly written, I guess. It's not like a godly story, but it's one that people recommended it to me based on its story and concept, and I thought it ended up following through pretty well on it. This is the thing, when I say stuff like that, I always fear that somebody's gonna go away and be like, well, this is one of the best stories this guy who's played like 10 million fucking games has ever played, and then they don't like it, and they're like, oh, this guy, I don't know what he's talking about. That's why I'd rather get like the whole list of everything I've played and like really think about it. But then it sucks for conversation, which is why I want to do this more often, because then I could just be like, oh yeah, we've already done this. I could just say that. No, I don't mean you specifically. It's just like a personal like. Yeah, shit taste despite streaming a billion games and likening himself to some kind of fucking like critic or something. Yeah. I feel like it's just like a weak way to do things. Yeah, it's probably partially don't look like a dumbass, and also partially I'd like to give people a good answer, steer them in a good way if they're like looking for like a recommendation or something. Guy has a fucking opinion. Somebody end this man. I feel like a lot of JRPGs, I feel like get by on just atmosphere and just the feel and stuff. Like just that feeling of like that mix of gameplay and all the different environments you tend to go to, and music, and like Final Fantasy. Is there many Final Fantasy games that have like a really good story except maybe like 14? Like 10 has some good stuff in it. I mean, obviously Tactics, but like the main line, like maybe 6, but not really, but like they still have like very enjoyable aspects to them that you maybe like into story. Like world design or I mean, I guess setting, I mean, and atmosphere and shit. I feel like yeah, Crisis Core did not have a good story. I like Final Fantasy pretty well. I enjoy it, but like I said, it's a lot of it's how they kind of mix it up in most entries. They're very strong on a musical front. I do value music a lot in games for sure. I think that's maybe like a common line you'll see in a lot of games I like, is like good music. If there was anything that I had to just say, oh yeah, this is for sure something, like probably music. Well, yeah, I feel like Final Fantasy music, I like how it shakes it up every time. I don't think any of them just like dip super hard in quality outside like 2, 10-2, 13-3, like maybe 13 and 12, like little bits here and there that they dip. But they're usually nice to look at and stuff. I just find them very, like I do most RPGs, just very just kind of pleasant. Comfy in a way to go through. They're a nice adventure with like a lot of different things happening and good audio visual design and stuff. Not like really the most challenging or like, thought-provoking combat or anything, but in a lot of ways RPGs for me, well, I like ones with good challenge and combat and stuff. I'm also fine with ones that are more simple or more rewarding on the back end, where I can just optimize, and even if I don't have a challenge, I know that I'm still optimizing and I'm seeing the fruits of my labor because, I'm maybe stomping something harder. So I don't mind too much on like the simplicity of FF's combat and stuff, but I think that may be a point where some people would feel different. Morning, Arcus. We just finished this up. I'm jumping off here soon, but good to see you. Somebody asked me, what was it? I don't want to quote wrong. What a top RPG story for you is, just as a point of reference. And threw out some examples, but I think it's a very, I guess, more complicated question than I was expecting. Yeah, Uda. was making me think we should do some streams like that though, for anybody fresh in here, or we just have like a prompt or something and just kind of open up, or maybe have a prompt ahead of time, like maybe a week ahead, be like, this is a question, and then we just talk about it for like a stream or something and see what people think, and maybe have some structure to it. I think that'd be fun. Crosscode's got a fun story. There's things like, you know, Bug Fables that has good lore and a fine story. That's what I meant. It's like, it really depends, right? Like, what do I consider like a good story? Well, because I feel like when you traditionally just think of a story, you're probably thinking of something with an upfront narrative with a fair amount of dialogue. But I don't think that's fair. Because there's plenty of things that have, like I said, less dialogue or more focus on visual storytelling. And then I start getting into the semantics and the definitions, and then I feel like I'm not answering it correctly because I'm totally not thinking about the broader question, and then I end up just not having a good answer. Maybe that's something that we should have, like we should explore in a stream, so I can be ready for that better. We're gonna play Minoria. I'm not gonna play Lost Ruin if it's so. I feel like Crosscode counts. It's an RPG, right? That's another thing, is then you gotta, like, what is an RPG, right? Like I was saying Disco Elysium. It doesn't have like a, maybe it's an RPG, right? But it's like, is it a traditional, like, you know, like a combat type, or like, you know, an RPG with like mixing gameplay? No, it's just raw story. So video game story. Oh man. Broadening it. Remember 11? Our VN's video games, dude. You know, it's like that question, what's your favorite video game? And I do horrible at that. I think it's a better, yeah, maybe that's a better way to like phrase it, possibly, but I have a paralysis on that personally as well. Obviously other people don't. Goda's got his. I'll be the guy that says Drakengard, man. See, what I say, see, this is what I worry about. I say Drakengard. Does that mean I don't like everything else that I've ever played? That's not true. So then I'm like, I need to get a better list. I need a list. Because Drakengard's not like my favorite video game story. It's a video game story I like. Obviously, it's ones that I would assume we were talking about that you like, that are like also you consider good, right? Because I mean, I like Kingdom Hearts' story, but I think it's horrible. That's just fun. I'd say Drakengard's kind of personal like that too. There's just a certain like style and atmosphere to Drakengard. That I think, like, while not always objectively good, it's just very interesting to me. Kentucky Road Zero is something. Atmosphere matters a lot to me. I would say that's another, like, a line, probably. I think atmosphere matters a shitload to me, dude. You should do more series tier lists. The Mario one was fun. Yeah, I want to. I like to try to play most things in something before we just have the tier list discussion. The last one I think I did was Hitman. Because if we're going to do a series tier list, you want to have, you can't really, I mean, you could do it again, but you want to have the most ammo possible. We could do like Zelda. I've played almost all of them, but I do also want it to be fresh. Yeah, tier lists I think are really good. I like the idea of doing like a prompt. I don't remember if I did a Mega Man 1 through 11 tier list. Next thing I'm playing is RE4 Remake, I think. We're gonna watch Fate Extra Last Encore after this, though. I'll do RE4 when I wake up. Yeah, see, this is what I mean with go to what he's saying. Yeah, I gotta do Link Returns, what I gotta do. It's like. Can do the Kingdom Hearts tier list. Yeah, I'd want something that people could talk about. I mean, I could just talk myself. Of course, myself. Maybe people are just interested in hearing me talk about the game. So. Yeah. Self-sabotage. It never ends with Gono. I play games when I want to play them. That's my secret. I play what I want to play. If I played what everybody else wanted to play, I wouldn't be playing what I want to play when I want to play it, and I'd enjoy them less. Pressure only can go so far. We'll do Shiro Nagasu again. For sure, but... It is what I want, Goto. Goto's willing to sabotage my enjoyment just so he can get his games when he wants them. What if I don't want to end up playing one of his games when he wants it? Then I play it anyways. It's gonna be horrible. Yeah, I need to think up some more ideas. I think that's a cool idea. I'm gonna write that down. Because I hate not being able to answer a question, and this is a stream about discussion. But the problem with, like, I've always been fucking horrible. Anytime anybody's like, what's your top 5 games? You know, what would you consider the top of this and that? It's a very common question. It's a good question. I think, like, your favorite games is, like, that's just really fucking hard to do. I'd have to, like, make a recommended list. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I could do, like, a tier list of every video game ever, but, like, I would probably make a list of recommended games and just be like, here you go, right? I mean, that's why I made a list of games I've played so that people can ask questions about stuff. But more refined questions like, you know, what do you consider a good video game story? What do you value in a story? I think really exploring something like that. And maybe like setting it up like a week or two in advance, like, hey, we're going to talk about this on this day. Let's see how it goes. I mean, it's probably just going to be me talking most of the time, but like, would that be interesting to people? I mean, obviously we could do more tier lists, of course, but... But yeah, after RE4 Remake, I'm going to do, Fate Stella. I should finish up the Mario Kart series. Mario Kart list. There's also a lot of series that I've played everything in, like Metal Gear Solid, where I feel like I'm kind of separated from a little too much to have like a really accurate take on it, but we could still just do it anyways. I worry too much about having like a perfectionist almost like take on something. And that's just not really smart. It's like impossible because there's no way that I don't ever consider anything I say like that good. But I think I worry too much about it, even like having like an answer to something. The DLC, then I'd have to buy all the DLC though. I did want to run through the whole series just for fun though. Yeah, RE4 would be cool. Did I do a Resident Evil tier list? I think I have. I wrote one down, at least, because we talked about it in Gota's. I could do like a proper one again. I mean, I've if you've watched the stream, I've done like a Resident Evil tier list like all the time, but I don't think I've done one just like on a website yet. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, like I have a tier list sitting right here right now. Like you guys can't see it really, but it's a tier list of Resident Evil just in a random notepad. I'll save this. We'll do a Resident Evil one. I haven't played every Resident Evil game, but I think we've done enough where we could do a little tier list after the 4th one. I really wanted to do a playthrough of the original RE4 before remake to get like the best discussion. But like I know RE4 by like heart, so I don't think it's necessary. And I really want to play the remake, so I think I'm just gonna not do it. I think it would be like the best way. I'd also thought about like maybe playing just like a chunk of each game at a time, but I feel like that would ruin the pacing and the immersion and stuff of the remake. That would be kind of fucked, right? They didn't make the game so that I would jump back to the old one every time we did a chapter, so. I don't know. Let me write some of this down. If anybody's watching this VOD, they're gonna be like, what in the fuck? Are we talking about Trails anymore? That's okay. We're not, it doesn't have to be like super clean like that. I have all these stream ideas, marathon ideas. Should probably write down some other stuff. Discussion prompts. Tier lists. Good video game stories. Oh, there's that one game. See, I'm like, dude, I played like, what, how many? Oh, like 3,000, 4,000 fucking games. I remember. I'll just remember shit. There's that one game. About the family. It's a walking sim. Where it's a family that has a bunch of misfortunate things happen to them in this house. They're not always in the house, but you're like one of the family members who like explore the house or whatever. Not Edith. Oh, is it Edith Finch? What Remains of Edith Finch? I thought that was the one with the detective. I always mix the two up. The Sims. Was it Edith Finch? Yeah, What Remains of Edith Finch is a good story. I like that one. Just like I'm gonna keep remembering stories for video games I liked all night. That was a good walking thing. Creative. But that's gonna have to be an entire stream though. That's a huge question. It's a good question. I do think video games have a unique way of telling a story, which is what I want to highlight a bit more. I feel like there's all these games that will do like try to recreate essentially like movie storytelling, right? More cinematic, cutscene focused, but I feel like video games can tell stories with like that make use of player like agency and visual storytelling and stuff like that in a way that like obviously no other medium quite can. Oh, Lisa has a good story. Yeah, there's a good one. So I think that'd be something cool to highlight, and that's the kind of stuff I don't want to be like, oh, well, this random RPG's got a good story that I played in the last 2 years because my memory is fucking horrible. But then I forget about something that tells like a really unique video game story I'd want to highlight. I remember liking like the Swapper story, but was the story good in that, or was it just the atmosphere? It might have been the atmosphere. I mean, obviously there's VNs, right? I like Fate, Fallout or Axia. Amazing story. What do you? I don't think we're gonna get to the heart of all this right now. It makes me just want to keep chit chatting though. But yeah, we're gonna watch Fate Extra Last Encore in Discord here. We started it yesterday. it is a madman's just mess of pacing, and it makes, even if you, I feel like if you know Fate Extra, it makes it worse. I can't go to bed right now. I'm not tired yet. We're gonna watch maybe the rest of Fate Extra, then I'll go to bed. I don't do well going to bed early, brother. Yeah, there's a lot. It's like a mix of like Bakemonogatari fan service, but like with no actual like, with like a breakneck. Like each episode could be like a 10-hour story, but they're like an episode, and it's super focused on fan service, despite not being way too quick about the actual like the story development, and it's really artsy, but like that's kind of it. But then the action kind of looks like shit. It's just wild. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Sam. I'd like the chit chat. You can blame Goto or something. He keeps badgering me here. But no, I was playing Trails at a particular time because Trails people were around. But Ripper was he was gone, so this is fast him. But yeah, we'll be playing. Since I'm family sharing with Godo, I'll probably be playing RE4 when he's around. And he's a knightsman. And if we do our EO soon, that'll be Godo's schedule. Fate Stella will be this schedule that I'm on right now, because most of the Fate people, Fate people are mixed. Could be anytime. Pang and Fasta and stuff. Yeah, I try to play games a little bit more geared towards like when I know certain people might be interested. Not that there's any like favoritism, it's just I'm looking for a chit chat. Maybe some games are recommended, maybe some games aren't. It's a very global community in here, so I'm always kind of like jumping around. Obviously, I don't care that much. I'm not gonna fucking like die, like change my schedule 12 hours for every game, but there's games I'm really excited to play to talk about in a lot of ways, so I want to, try to aim those roughly with certain groups of people if I can. Kind of depends. Also, I'm just not really good at keeping a schedule. I just like the freedom of jumping around if I have the ability to have that freedom. Anywho. Well, I don't think we have anything left to say about Trails. We stopped talking about Trails a while ago. If there's anything you guys do just want to talk about, just hit me with it, I guess. I'll try to answer it, but it might just be more of like a group chit chat. Otherwise, we'll probably set up the Fate. Yeah, I guess last words on Trails from Zero and Trails to Azure. I think they're really good. I think the writing was really solid. I liked seeing the attention to detail. An absolute insane amount of work that went into like a very believable world that was very immersive with characters that were fun. I think gameplay wise they're fine. They do the job. It's it's pretty much a VN that has some gameplay in it, but the gameplay and exploration is you take more of an active part in it. It's not just like you just read about it. So that's cool. I think it stumbles a bit, especially in this one, where it kind of loses some of its detail, some of its world building in favor of a bit more generic JRPG stuff and platitude heavy dialogue. which isn't a necessarily bad thing, but I feel like it kind of flies in the face of what makes Trails good. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to Cold Steel. I've heard they get a little bit more tropey. It's all about execution on tropes, but I feel like when you're employing those kinds of things, you're fighting maybe not a losing battle, but an uphill battle. I'm looking forward to it because I want to see what's going on next in the world. That's where I'm more focused. These civil wars, the other factions and countries, what they're up to, and other characters. They built that up pretty well in Cold Steel, so I want to see, or not Cold Steel, Crossbell, so I want to see where that goes. But yeah, I do feel like we might be leaving the golden age here, from what I've heard. We'll see. Obviously, I'm trying to give everything a shot. Yeah, so anyways, I like this overall a lot. Good audio, visual, and all that. Just a very comfy game to play, very engaging. I've never considered Trails a series that I get very emotional during. I think that's a big difference too. There's only a couple spots I can even think of in all of the Trails games where I felt like really emotional. But I'm always like engaged. I'm always like, what's gonna happen next? You know, what's going on here? What are these people thinking about this? What's the effect of this event on this group or something? You know, I'm always like a nice pace and world building and just fun dialogue and stuff. And see, that's the thing too. It's like there's games where I'll feel really maybe emotional during like a couple bits. Like there's games that I think are ass, right? That I've probably felt like some twinge of emotions for. Name one game that made you feel emotions. Udawara Ramona. Sadness. Cynicism, that's not an emotion. Depression. Fata Morgana. I didn't weep. I definitely got teared up for sure. I teared up during like fucking Life is Strange True Colors, man. It happens, dude, for sure. Planetarian got me. Camera off, dude. Camera off. I'm getting emotional. Planetarian, see, there's a good one. Yeah, Relief, dude. The full spectrum. Planetarian's a good one. Yeah, Brabjuk. Yeah, Uda, that's why I play him. I derive emotions from Uda that do not come from the game itself exactly. They come from the peanut gallery and the roller coaster of discussion and the after effects. Yeah, Opus Echoes of Star Song. I just played that. That was really good. I just said Fata Morgana. I got emotional during that. I think that was a great story. See, that was another one we just did. Umineko is a great one. I've been talking about that, Weeb. I've not reread almost any VN on stream. I'll watch people play them. Yeah, I need to do RGD. Yeah, I mean, if you want to get into VNs, I mean, I've got a bunch I get emotional over. I feel like VNs are like a cop-out answer, though, right? I mean, we talk about those all the time. I mean, I got teary for fucking Unlimited Blade Works, dude. I got into that, man. We need more. I'm not good at bully. Weeb's too nice. Good guy. Halloween Party destroyed me. Yeah, see, I got into Umineko and stuff. I mean, there's a bunch of stories that definitely get emotional during. Or I'll just get caught up in like an atmosphere or something. That's where I'm bad with the big broad questions. It's not a bragging point. I just play too much stuff. And I feel really bad when I miss something that's truly a good pick and then it totally passes my mind. Because there's some of these games like only I've played in here, right? That probably hit me in some way. That we've never discussed, that I just probably played on my own. And those pass my mind because we don't talk about them much, so that's why I think a big stream with like an actual prompt or like a discussion would be good, because then it could be more exhaustive and that would be neat. 2236, yeah. The piano part, that part for sure got me. The Fata Morgana part, I don't spoil it. Part with brother near the end. That was the part that got me. I was like, what? Family stuff, anything relating to family, that tends to get me a little bit more. I wouldn't say a sucker for familial type of shit, but I do find those kinds of bonds or something to be pretty easy. Yeah, Fast and the Furious. Yeah, just things related to that, not every instance of the family, man. I mean, I tear up for sure, man, when I see Vin Diesel on the screen. Who wouldn't? I think there's a certain element of streaming, though. I wouldn't say it like, you know, obviously us discussing stuff may be affected too, but some people are pretty willing to like either like overemphasize their emotions or just like let everything all out. I think I wouldn't say I'm reserved, but I imagine talking and probably not wanting to, you know, have little moments like that. Maybe the effect, you know, how often I might tear up at something. A bit more than if I was alone. I don't think it affects my overall take on something or how much I liked it. But if we just start talking about the act of like tearing up, I definitely do it less probably on stream. Although it's happened plenty. Camera's off though, man, I'll tell you what. Or I'm like sitting here like, there's a moment in this that happened. The part with Randy and Lloyd, where Lloyd's like goes out to help save Randy or whatever. When he was going after the Red Constellation. That got me. I haven't played those yet, Weeb, I need to. Sounds like a good one though. Can cry during everything. I can cry during everything. I just like to turn off the camera. There's times where I will go out of my way to make sure I'm not distracted by the stream though. That happens in a lot of VMs. In Fate, I turned off the chat and the monitor for like some of the routes for like the last 30 minutes or an hour or something. I'm pretty big on not getting distracted by things or distracting people, which is why I was always kind of iffy about us even streaming certain things in the Discord, because I didn't want that to ever get in the way. Like David Lynch stuff, I'm like, this stuff really hits me when I'm probably just like solo, right? So it's like I don't want to ruin it for people, but like I also want people like, hey, watch some of this stuff. Some of you guys will never even watch anything of it. We don't stream it. So I feel like that matters to me, so I try to do that on this stream. But I'm sure there is some effect that, of course, there's an effect that streaming has on how I enjoy things. But I also feel like it could be good and bad, right? Like maybe I don't get as like, I'm not gonna cry or something as much. I'm very reserved on that front anyways. It just doesn't happen. But also I feel like I probably enjoy things more because of the conversations we have and how much we dig into them and that kind of stuff. So I think it just depends. Rabby Ribby's story. It was mostly just like that feel-good kind of Toho reasons to have chicks and leotards on screen. Yeah, I love David Lynch's shit. Twin Peaks, my favorite show. Somebody watch Twin Peaks for fuck's sakes in here. A few people have. Yeah, what Klitzu said. FF14, there was definitely some scenes that got me in FF14. Holy moly. And I think a game that's really long like that, with a very, that's why Trails is pretty good, is it just has a very, just, there's so much material so much that builds up over time that you get way more invested. I feel like that's where FF14 is really strong too. FF14 has really good audio visual. You watched it? Bastos watched it. Litsu's watched it. Weeb's watched it. Most people never watched it. What the hell's wrong with Sam and Dota? Where's the Twin Peaks one? Screen share it? I mean, we could rewatch it. It's longer. But I also want people to enjoy that on their own as well as they possibly can. I mean, it can be a group event for sure, but the thing about David Lynch stuff is that atmosphere, and I don't like to get in the way of it. I think it works though still in Discord. We got really into the Lost Highway atmosphere, but I think it's a tightrope. I think it depends on who's there and stuff. With Fate? When are you reading Fate, Sam? I'll make you a deal. You do what I say. Is that the deal? Is that it? Firewalk with Me is an amazing movie. Yeah, I love Firewalk. I love all of Twin Peaks. That's the deal. I just do what you say. Yeah, that's a pretty good fucking deal, dude. Nice deal. We haven't watched Inland Empire yet. I was going to. I've heard that one is pretty much originally a collection of short movies he made, and they just thread them together. And it's very experimental. Signalis is happening. I don't know when. Soon? I want to play it. I've got a lot of like weird little shit that I bought that I want to play. Like Northern Journey and weird shit that probably nobody in here has heard of or played. There's a few in here. Do what I say. Do what I fucking say. Stuff I've bought. Like Who's Lila? I haven't even heard of that. I want to play that, dude. I want to play Faith. Northern Journey. A bunch of wacky shit. That's the stuff I really want. We need to wait until I get some time. What the fuck is Layla? It looks like some kind of weird surreal game. I like surreal shit. Yeah, I want to try them out. I've got so many things I want to try out. In terms of just like reballing it. But I want to do RH4 remake and stuff, so. He's gonna scream, go to screaming. Yep, the anonymous code. We'll play it dubbed. We're not gonna play it dubbed. Yeah, we'll probably do Steins Gate this year, of course. Same with, I hope, Robotics Notes and Dash. I need to start on some other series too, so we can work them over time, like Fire Emblem. And we gotta do Cold Steel. At least we finished Dragon Quest this year. There's too many games. Yeah, that's the thing. There's so many games to play. So many games I have playing. I can't even answer questions while I played so many goddamn games. Neo 4, yeah, man. I think I have a lot of RPGs. I need to plug in my new mouse. This mouse is fucking horrible. We're reading SG, yeah. Yep, got more VNs to do. I've got stuff coming up soon that looks cool, like Dredge. And some stuff we've fallen behind on, like Theatrhythm. Quintet trilogy. What was that? What's the Quintet trilogy? Oh yeah, I have Terra Enigma on my list for sure. Playing on that. I need to play my original Castlevania. There's all sorts. I'd probably say my order weeb would be 3, 1, then 2. With 3 and 1 very close together. It's a toss-up between those. I really like the dark, surreal, like almost pseudo-horror shit in 3. And Dougie is like really fun to like throw a wrench in that. But 1, man, just that comfy, like Colorado, like this mix of almost like just how they mix the surrealness in to this comfy fucking like almost just like little drama. The atmosphere is like so good, man. Yeah, I would say I'd probably maybe say 3. But 1's like right fucking there, dude. 2's definitely the lowest, though. You could tell they swapped directors for a bit. Nobody is there really. Don't tell me you guys don't like the James sections, man. Was it James, right? The James sections where he's doing the music. The James Kino. I almost want to stream it just so I could have a Discord stream of James Kino sections, dude. I'm not spoiling anything, dude. Oh, holy dude. James Kino. Anyways, Soul Blazer, Illusion of Gaia. I didn't realize those were all in the same series. I had no idea. I've heard of Illusion of Gaia and Terra Enigma. I have not. I've kind of heard of Soul Blazer. I'll play them all. Yeah, plan on it. Is that the order I need to play them in? Just you. Yeah. I would say, yeah, season 3, 1, Firewalk with Me, and then season 2 is probably my order. I liked Firewalk with Me, but I do think I like the other seasons better, except 2, of course. They're still loosely connected, doesn't matter. Well, if there's like gameplay progression, we'll do that. That's release order. Okay, we can do that then. Let me write down Soul Blazer. It might already be on there. And I need to read Berserk. Oh yeah, another idea for a stream was I was going to read some classic literature on stream. That sounds fun, huh? Oh, we were going to do Alice in Wonderland on stream. With pictures. Because I was going to play American McGee's Alice out loud. Maybe I'll paraphrase a lot. I mean, I could read them out loud, but I figured I'd probably do it like a VN, but with pictures. Obviously, I wouldn't read like old books or something. I'm not gonna read like Crime and Punishment on stream, but I think Alice in Wonderland would be kind of just like a fun thing to try out. Something with some pictures, have like some kind of just very ambient music in the background, and I could do a mix of like reading, but also just talking about what just happened. It's probably not going to be interesting, but I wanted to read Alice in Wonderland proper before we did American McGee's Alice in Wonderland 1 and 2, like Madness Returns and shit. So I was like, well, I could try it on the stream for fun, right? A glass of wine. I could have a glass of wine. Get my peepers on, just in like a nice turtleneck. Actors just so you can see the Kino asset reuse. Do I have Soul Blazer on here? Do not add that. Dude, the Bible stream, that would be pretty sick. I mean, we pretty much already did that with fucking Why is this not allowed? This comment. I mean, I already played, yeah, I think it's because you're white. White is the dumbest. I don't understand why it would fit that. The New Testament, yeah, I was like, I already played the New Testament. I mean, I pretty much played the Bible on stream already, man. We could do I Am Jesus Christ at some point, yeah. There's a lot of Bible games if we want to get into that. Yeah, the New Testament was extremely boring, but also keynote at the same time. It was at its best when you're just walking around beating people up in old Jesus time. Yeah, the tax VN got taken off of Steam. Snow White is the dumbest person alive. Yeah. Read Alice in Wonderland, understand the epic references in Super Hebe. Yeah, see, I've watched like old movies of Alice in Wonderland, but it'll help us appreciate a lot of Japanese storytelling because they always use Alice in Wonderland. So, yep. Katie's handler. Oh, I'm being handled. We got a lot to play though. Makes me want to start something right now. But if I started RE4 right now, Goda would explode. So we're gonna watch Fate Extra Last Encore to heighten our Fate Extella conversation. I'll just start Fate Extella then. An ironic one. There was a really good. Does anybody have the ironic recommended reading list for DSUA on hand? I feel like I've asked this before and we never could find it again. There's a really funny one. The DSUA recommended reading list. Not done the 04? Yeah. I mean, it'll be a little bit. You might have sent it to me once. Yeah. No, let me double check. Quote? Is it in quote? There's probably some meme area. Probably like in copy pastas. I have AI2 copy pastas right here. Could have like one document with everything. I don't know where I saved it. Oh, I have another document for event ideas here. Ooh, there's some scary ideas on this. The Request-A-Rama. 2 to 3 weeks of just requested games. Ooh, that was a bad idea. I need to put some of these somewhere else. I've always thought about that, like just doing requested games for a month. That'd be bad. I mean, I'd want to start with gifted games. I got gifted games that need to be doing. I've had gifted games for almost a year and a half now that I haven't played. Nothing he doesn't want. I have some trivia sitting here. I don't know if you sent it. You might be thinking of when you sent me the mic peak in DSC, right? Or not the boilery. You probably did send it. I just don't have it. I don't remember where I put it because I haven't looked at it in a while. Yeah, no, I don't have this. One sec. This shit's so funny, man. Can't even fit this in stream. Can't even copy. This mouse is so bad I can't even like copy this shit, dude. Oh my god. Fucking chest spiced Stephen Swag. Oh my god, I actually can't use this mouse to copy all this. I can't hold the drag down long enough. I need to stop I need to change my mouse up. Well, anyways, folks, yeah, I'm gonna end it here. Jump in the Discord. We're gonna finish Fate Extra Last Encore or whatever, or at least do a bit of it. Maybe we'll do it over another night later. We'll do at least. I think we watched 5 episodes yesterday. What is our time is right now? Yeah, maybe we'll finish the base show, depends on how I'm feeling, and then we'll watch the last 3 episodes to the little sequel-y thing later. But we'll probably won't start for like 20 minutes or something because I'm gonna make some food. I'm trying to like, God, this mouse is so bad, dude. Yeah, I don't think this fits. I can only get to Don Quixote. Here, I'll just put it in Discord. Anyways, whatever. Yeah, I'll catch you guys, but anyways, this was a good game. I liked it a lot. It was fun. I think it stumbles a little bit at the end there, but overall it's good, and I'm really looking forward to Cold Steel. I hope it keeps at least some of the writing quality and world building and attention to detail and stuff that this one did. So, ciao for now. So we'll be in the Discord here in like 20-30 minutes.